Let's see, are these mine or yours?
Those are yours.
Waiting for a thumbs up, okay. Court reporter, you ready? Thank you.
We need Susan still.
Okay, we're waiting for one board member. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the January 27th, 2016 hearing of the Utah Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining. Our first matter is docket number 2015-001, cause number 176-05, in the matter of Whiting Oil and Gas Corporation. Getting a little feedback. Is that too close to the mic, Julianne? Okay. We'll take appearances of counsel at this time.
Tom Clausen on behalf of Whiting Petroleum Corporation, Whiting Oil and Gas Corporation.
Okay.
John Robinson of the Utah Attorney General's Office, representing the Utah Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Anthony Hunter for International Petroleum, respondent.
Thank you. Mr. Clausen, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be back before the board again. Whiting's flaring request today involves the Moroni number 11M-1107 well, which is located near the town of Moroni in Sanpete County. As you may recall, the Moroni well is a wildcat horizontal well that was drilled and completed to test a new play concept in the Tanunk member of the Mancos Shale Formation. Whiting's request for a flaring exception to the board's rules has been pending for a year, and the board heard Whiting's amended request for agency action last at its April 22nd hearing in Moab last year. At the conclusion of that hearing, the board approved temporary flaring of the well until today's hearing. Today, the purpose of today's hearing is to allow Whiting to report to the board the results of the additional production testing of the Moroni well. And based on that production history, Whiting believes that it has gathered sufficient information, production information, to allow it to evaluate the economic potential of the well and the reservoir, both for the purposes of Whiting's flaring request and also, if necessary, the pending spacing proceeding involving the well. As you'll hear, the production data shows that there is a limited resource potential in the Tanunk in the vicinity of the Moroni well. Although the well is currently shut in, it has produced oil and gas, but not in sufficient quantities to allow any of the alternatives to flaring to become economically feasible. Whiting expects that it eventually will put the well back on production when the price environment improves, and when that happens, flaring will be necessary in order to produce the oil. As you'll hear, Whiting is asking the board for a flaring order that will approve flaring for a period of 3 years, or until the volume of the produced associated gas reaches 50 mmcf, whichever happens first. If either threshold is reached, Whiting would return to the board for further review and approvals. The 3-year period is associated with the expected life expectancy of the well. For the sake of comparison, 50 mmcf of gas is slightly less than the 55 mmcf of associated gas that's already been produced and flared. Basically, Whiting is asking the board to allow it to flare the remaining associated gas from the well so that it can produce the remaining recoverable oil. Such a request is reasonable and warranted because the economic situation with respect to the conservation alternatives to flaring is not likely to change over the limited production period of the well, and the board doesn't need to keep hearing the same story that it'll hear today time and again over and over as concerning the alternatives to flaring. With that introduction, I'd like to reintroduce my witnesses. They should be familiar. Both of them testified at the Moab hearing. On my left is Ralph Nelms, who is Whiting's petroleum engineer for this well in this area. And on his left is Paul Jokel, who is Whiting's landman in charge of this area. Both witnesses were sworn in at the Moab hearing, but I would suggest that for purposes, because the length of time in between that hearing and today's hearing, and for the completeness of the record in this hearing, I'd ask that both witnesses be resworn today.
Let's have you both be resworn, please.
Please raise your right hands. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Would you, for the record, have each of your witnesses say their names and then spell their last names?
Of course. My first witness is Paul Jokel. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Paul Jokel, and Jokel is spelled Joeckel, and Denver, Colorado is my.
And what is your position with Whiting Oil and Gas Corporation?
My resume is attached as Exhibit L1, and it describes I'm a senior landman with Whiting Oil and Gas.
And what are your principal responsibilities in that position?
Principal responsibilities include lease acquisition, contract negotiations, testifying before regulatory agencies.
Please speak closer to the mic.
How long have you worked as a professional landman?
Over 30 years.
Did you testify before the board at the board's last April's hearing on behalf of Whiting in this flaring proceeding?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the lands that are subject to Whiting's flaring request?
Yes.
Okay, just for the record, on the screen, I've placed Exhibit L1. Is that the resume that you referred to earlier?
Yes, it is.
Now I'd refer you to Land Exhibit L2. To refresh the board's memory, would you please tell us what this map is and what it shows?
This map represents the 640-acre temporary spacing unit for the Moroni 11M 1107, and it's described as Section 11 of Township 15 South, Range 3 East, Sanpete County, Utah.
Does it show the location of the well?
In the south half of the section, there's a horizontal line which indicates the path of the horizontal location.
And what are the small black lines on the map? What do they represent?
The small, the section of land is the ownership is quite segregated. There's multiple tracts, and inside the multiple tracts are multiple mineral owners. Yellow represents where Whiting owns an undivided interest and does not represent Whiting's leasehold as 100%.
Is this the same map that was used in last April's hearing?
Yes, it is.
Are there any differences?
No, there's not. It was, I think in the lower left-hand corner, there was a key that was slightly modified, and it simply says the map does not depict other working interest owners.
Are these the same lands that are described in the amended request for agency action?
Yes,
Is Whiting the operator of the well?
yes.
And then would you please refresh the board's memory regarding whether the subject lands are subject to any existing board orders?
Yes, the lands are subject only to a 640-acre temporary horizontal well location rule, and it's subject to IP's pending spacing raw that seeks 640-acre drilling unit for Chinook covering all of Section 11. That matter's been continued indefinitely.
And IP is International Petroleum?
Yes,
Okay, referring to land exhibits L1 and L2, are you familiar with these exhibits?
yes,
Were they prepared by you or by Whiting for purposes of this proceeding?
yes.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go in this order. I'm going to go to you, Mr. Hunter, first, and then you to Mr. Robinson. So, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Jokel, you indicated there were numerous numbers of tracts and separate mineral owners even within those tracts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any idea approximately how many different working interest and royalty interest and different interest owners there might be underneath all these tracts?
Multiple.
If I throw out the number 167 separate interest owners in and under Section 11, would that number be out of line, do you think?
No.
And it's been noted, it's been entered into the record that there was a letter in support of the flaring request. Do you have knowledge of this letter that was filed?
I don't understand the question.
And I withdraw the question. No further questions.
Mr. Robinson,
Nothing from the division, Mr. Chairman.
back to you. Mr. Clausen.
Well, I'd ask that land exhibits L1 and L2 be admitted to the record.
I think what we'll do is just wait till the end and then
Very
admit them
end?
all.
Okay, that'll be fine. I'd like to call my next witness, Ralph Nelms. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Ralph Nelms. My last name is spelled Nelms. I'm a resident of Golden, Colorado.
And what is your position with Whiting Oil and Gas Corporation?
I'm a senior reservoir engineer.
What are your principal responsibilities in that position?
I conduct reservoir engineering analysis, economic analysis, and also oil and gas reserve assignments for SEC reporting.
Have you submitted a recent resume to the board in connection with this proceeding?
I have.
Can you tell us which exhibit that is?
That would be toward the end, and exhibit number 20E20.
Have you recently testified as an expert witness before the board in this flaring exception proceeding?
Yes, in the last hearing in April 22nd, 2005.
Because the board previously recognized Mr. Nelms as an expert witness in this matter, we'd ask that the board continue to recognize him as such for the purposes of this hearing, for purposes of purposes of petroleum engineering and economic analysis.
Mr. Hunter, any objections?
No objections.
Mr. Robinson?
The division supports that recognition.
Board members? Seeing none, he'll be so admitted as an expert for the purposes of this hearing.
Thank you. Now I'd refer you to Engineering Exhibit E1. To refresh the board's memory, would you please provide a brief chronology of the events or a timeline for the Moroni well?
Exhibit E1 really gives the breakdown per month on the activity associated with the well. Briefly, we spudded the well in August of 2014. We fracked the well in January and February of 2015. The well started production right after the flowback in February 2015. We did a little bit of workover on the well and a short buildup test, and the well has been basically producing since May 2015.
What is the current status of the well?
The well has been shut in since December 22nd, 2015.
And in view of the well shut-in status, why does Whiting still need to seek the board's flaring approval?
We're hoping that oil prices do go up, and we have a little minor workover we need to do, and at some point in time in the future when oil prices increase, we intend to put the well back on production.
Now I'd refer you to Engineering Exhibits E2 and E3. Could you please tell us what these exhibits are, at least Exhibit E2 is, and tell us what's been done with the gas that has been produced from the well?
Exhibit E2 shows the flare stack equipment that's set up on the location. The two stacks on the right-hand side are primarily associated with flaring the VOCs from the oil tanks. The three flare stacks in the center of that picture are the stacks that are now being used for flaring the gas that we were flaring before December 22nd. And the two larger stacks on the left are standby stacks that were currently not being used. Exhibit E3 is a site security diagram we submit for government agencies showing the location of all the equipment, all of the tanks, the separators, the heater treaters, and the flare stacks. And the three stacks on the far left-hand side of that diagram say combustor. Those are the three that we're currently using now.
Now I'd refer you to Engineering Exhibit E4. What is this exhibit, and would you please explain why it is significant?
Exhibit E4 shows the oil and gas production from February 2015 through December 7th, 2015. You can see there are some events that we did which resulted in some lower production volumes. Basically, the first event, we did a 12-day shut-in. We then shut the well in to pull the frac liner, put it on jet pump, and we had the well shut in there for a few days over Thanksgiving. We had some mechanical issues with the well, which we since resolved. But basically, it shows that currently, as of the 7th of December, the well was producing in the range of about 120 MCF of gas and about 25 to 30 barrels of oil per day. And cumulatively, as of the 7th of December, it had made 18.8 thousand barrels of oil, 55.6 million standard cubic feet of gas, and 41.7 million barrels of water.
Is this based on the same data that has been provided to the division?
Yes, we've filed the monthly production reports, but those are usually about 3 months behind, so I don't think the commission has the latest production for November and December yet in its public records.
Now referring to Engineering Exhibit E5, what is this exhibit and what does it show?
What I basically did is a determination of the ultimate recovery of oil and gas associated with this well. So I took the daily production history from Exhibit E4, placed it into a oil and gas economic evaluation program called ARES. Had ARES fit the production curves for oil and gas, and hyperbolically, using a modified ARPS equation, defaulted to an 8% exponential decline, used an economic limit of 3 barrels per oil per day and 14.5 MCF per day. So basically, this curve showed me what the ultimate recoverable oil and gas would be from this well based on the production history I have to date. And that told me that the ultimate gas recovery would be 123 million standard cubic feet and 35,000 barrels of oil.
Can you show us on this graph where you think that the point in time when the well will, the gas production from the well will pass through, where the well is producing 1,800 or less than 1,800 MCF per month?
This graph is a daily production rate, but looking at the curves, when we get to 60 MCF per day, that would likely be towards somewhere in the end of 2017, beginning of 2018.
And 60 MCF per day is equivalent to 1,800 MCF per month.
That is correct.
Moving ahead to Exhibit E6, could you please tell us what this exhibit is?
What I did was, once I built my model of what the ultimate recovery from the well would be using actual production history and forecasting it in time, I determined what if a new well was drilled today and performed the way this well has performed, and produced the projected 35 million standard cubic feet and 123 or 35,000 barrels and 123 million standard cubic feet, assuming $60 per barrel for oil sales and $3 per MCF, that well would have a life of about 4.2 years. And break-even economics, in other words, if we drilled a well today and we had $60 per barrel oil price, the maximum we could spend to get our money back and break even would be about $1.16 million.
Now I would refer you to engineering exhibits E7 and E8. What are these exhibits and what do they establish?
E7 and E8 are a printout of the economic analysis from the ARES program showing if you drilled a new well from scratch, the numbers that were previously provided in E6 are based on the input sheet in E7 and the output sheet in E8. And so this basically shows for a new well drilled today from scratch what the anticipated production of oil and gas would be for each year for the 4-year life of the well, and shows the break-even economics with a life for 4.2 years for that well.
Can you draw any conclusions from these exhibits?
The most important conclusion I can draw is that at this point in time, it's really uneconomic for us to move forward with drilling any new wells in this area.
Under the board's flaring rules, an operator does not need approval for flaring if a well is generating or producing less than 1,800 MCF per month. On exhibits E7 and E8, can you show us, you've already testified that you expect that will come, that timing will happen toward the end of, I believe you said 2016.
17, I believe.
17? 2016. Can you show us on exhibits E7 and E8 where a point where that would corroborate with what you've been talking about?
The second column from the left would be gross.
Okay, let's make sure which exhibit we're on.
Are you referring to Exhibit EA?
Yes, if you look on Exhibit E8, which is the output of the ARES program, which has the annual gas production, and if you took 1,800 MCF per month, multiplied that times 12, you'd be somewhere in the range of about 20 million standard cubic feet per year. And so that would put me on this curve, or on this table, somewhere between 2017, 2018. But remember, this is an estimate if you're drilling a new well from scratch starting in January 2016. So if you time shifted that, since we've already been producing this well for a year, that would put us on this graph, on this table, at about 2 years out. And again, these numbers are just based on a projection of the production history and forward in time, which does have uncertainty.
How long of a period to flare the gas is Whiting asking the board to approve?
We're asking for a 3-year tolled time period, or 50 million standard cubic feet incremental from January 2016 forward, whichever comes first.
And why is Whiting asking for a 3-year period?
Currently, the well has been producing for about a year. The economics show me that the economic limit would be about 4.2 years. So if we subtracted the 1 year we produced so far from what the projected economic limit of the well would be at 4 years, that would give us about 3 years of remaining production before we'd reach economic limit.
Is Whiting's 3-year flaring request supported by the historic production from the well?
I believe it is.
Is Whiting asking the board to toll the period for flaring while the well is shut in?
Yes, because depending on price, we're not sure when we'll turn it back on.
Referring to engineering exhibit E9, what is the composition of the produced gas?
Exhibit E9 shows the gas analysis from the well. This is a very hot gas. The BTU is about 1437 BTU per standard cubic foot. The one thing to point out is that we have a very high ethane content. We have 17% ethane, which makes the BTU very high in this well. It's unique with that high an ethane content because that makes it very difficult to process it to a point where it can be placed into a lower BTU line that could be used by an end user.
Is this the same exhibit that was used in last April's hearing?
That's correct.
Can you draw any conclusions from the production history regarding the expected total production and economics of the well?
Repeat the question, please.
Can you draw any conclusions about the expected total production and economics of the Moroni well?
Well, based on the previous exhibits, we would be looking at an ultimate life of the well of 4 years, which we produced 1. So that would be what our anticipated time period would be for continuing to flare the gas to the economic limit of the well.
The economic potential of the well and the reservoir limited?
Yes.
We'll cross that when we get here in a minute. Is it necessary to flare the gas to produce the well from the Moroni well?
Yes.
Why?
All of the economic alternatives to flaring, which we'll discuss farther in Exhibits C10 through E17 or 18, none of those scenarios we looked at would enable us to do any alternative usage of the gas. So flaring right now is our only alternative.
If the board approves flaring as requested, would Whiting be willing to periodically report to the board?
Yes,
Or
we
or
would.
the division?
Both.
Has Whiting considered alternatives to flaring the gas?
We have.
Referring to engineering exhibit E10, what alternatives did Whiting consider?
We looked at multiple alternatives. We looked at building a new gas pipeline to take the gas to either Kern River or the Indianola Questar plant north of the location. If we did that Indianola plant to Questar, we'd have to put in a gas processing plant to lower the BTU of that gas because of the ethane, which I talked about earlier. We looked at the possibility of compressed natural gas and trucking, similar to what they used to do up in North Dakota in the Bakken Express, but they no longer do that in North Dakota. There's no company available to our knowledge now who does the compressed natural gas and trucking option. We did look at gas to wire, and we did look at possibility of drilling a gas injection well.
Excuse me. Referring to engineering exhibits E11, 12, and 13, what was the first alternative that Whiting considered?
Well, moving this gas into a pipeline, assuming we had sufficient volume from additional drilling, which right now doesn't look like is going to occur, the pipeline up to Kern River would be approximately 35 miles, 36 miles, and the pipeline up to Indianola would be about 25 miles. These would be major construction projects. E12, Exhibit E12 discusses what our cost estimate would be to do this. To get a 12-inch line built up to the Indianola tap would be around $18.5 million. To get a line built, 12-inch line built up to Kern River would be about $27 million. Then we'd have to add in the gas processing plant if we took the gas to Indianola to try to strip out that ethane to get it down to specs where we could get it into the Questar system. That in itself would be very, very difficult, very, very expensive, especially for small volumes of gas like we're talking here. So basically the pipeline viability option is not economic to consider.
Excuse me, were you just referring to Exhibit E12?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit E13 just put some additional information in about the option of gas pipeline construction. Addresses the cost for a tap fee for Questar would be about $50,000. Tap fee for Kern River would be about $100,000. And again, we just don't have enough gas volume here to justify considering anything like this.
Now referring to Exhibit E14, what was another alternative to gas flaring that Whiting considered?
We had done some compressed gas trucking up in North Dakota for a while using a company called Bakken Express, but they're no longer in business, again, because of the low prices up there. So this basically shows what the costs would be associated with that option. And at the very bottom, it shows the cash flow calculations, and we would be, if we did this even at $3 gas price, which gas now is about $2.50, we'd still be losing in the range of $40,000 plus per month. And that would be after the income from the oil sales, assuming 30 barrels per day.
Referring to Exhibit 14, E14, and calculations for revenue from oil sales, toward the bottom of this page, you've shown the detail in that calculation. For purposes of this slide and other testimony, could you please address what types of revenues and the details of the revenues that Whiting has been able to achieve for the oil sales?
Well, basically this cash flow calculation was based on a production of 30 barrels per day, and that was the rate of oil we were producing when we shut the well in back in December. And so that would be about 900 barrels per month. And then when you net that back, and if you set be 738 barrels net, and applying a $60 per barrel oil price, which is double what we're getting today, that would generate a revenue of about $44,000. If you subtract your operating cost of $12,000, and then you subtracted the severance and ad valorem tax, and there is a minor calculation error here that $4,000 severance and ad valorem tax is too high. it should actually be $2,581, which would increase the income from oil sales by about $1,400. And then when you carry that through on your net income would be increased from about, decreased from about 44,000 to about 42,000. But basically, make a long story short, these are based on $60 per barrel oil, which is twice of what we're getting now. And so if you lower that oil price to $30 per barrel under current rate, you can see that, this option is just not economic.
Making the change on the severance tax and the ad valorem tax of $1,400 a month, and adding that back into the value calculation on the next to last line, basically what you're saying is that based on $60 oil, the well is capable of generating nearly $30,000 a month net. Right?
Correct, that's correct. $60 per barrel oil price.
And half, so $15,000 currently.
That's correct.
Now, I'd refer you to Engineering Exhibit E15. What was the third alternative that Whiting considered?
We looked at a gas to wire, basically where we would lease or purchase a generator, use the natural gas to generate electricity. We looked at one particular type of a generator, which was a turbine, a 250 horsepower turbine. We had estimated that rental cost would be about $23,000 per month. I did follow up in December and talk to the manufacturer again. With the current lower price environment, that would drop down to about $20,000 per month. That machine to purchase would be about $425,000 per machine to buy, and that would only process 100 MCF per day. And that would not include the cost to tie into the Rocky Mountain power line for both the transformer and the connect. It would be about $350,000. So as you can see, that a gas to wire option is really prohibitive for this small volume of gas.
Ralph, just a comment. The mic is not picking up all of your testimony for the electronic record, so if you could just speak a little closer.
Okay, will do.
Referring to Engineering Exhibit E16, could you please tell us what this exhibit is and what it shows?
This table was prepared back in May of 2015, and it was requested by Mr. Gordon Moon for a follow-up on the April 22nd presentation. The facilities engineers at Whiting prepared this, showing how much gas that is being flared if that gas was used to run a generator and generate electricity, what the resulting cash flow would be. And basically, if you go down to the lower right-hand side, you can see that even at 100 MCF per day, we'd be losing, $60,000 a month on just gas alone as far as generating electricity. So again, gas to wire is really not a viable option here.
Now referring to Engineering Exhibit E17, what was the fourth alternative that Whiting considered?
We could theoretically inject the gas. There's no wells in the area that would be available to do that, so we'd have to drill a new well. That would probably cost us around $3 million to do that, and we would likely be injecting gas into the Mesa Verde. This has never been done before. It's never been tested. We'd also have to purchase or lease a compressor, and currently we're making about 120 MCF per day. That only gives us about 100 MCF per fuel. So it's just not even feasible to think about drilling an injection well when you're making 120 MCF a day.
How much gas is used in lease operations?
We use 20 MCF per day for on-site lease separators heating the tanks. So if we produce 120 total, we'd have a net available for any type of application of about 100 MCF per day.
Referring to Exhibit E18, can you draw any conclusions from your analysis of the various alternatives?
I think it's pretty clear by looking at the previous exhibits and the previous things I discussed that there really are no economically viable alternatives to flaring this small volume of gas.
In your opinion and based on your analyses, is flaring as requested reasonable and justified under the circumstances?
I believe so.
Is flaring the gas the only economic and practical option that allows Whiting to continue to produce the oil from the well?
It is.
Now, finally, referring to Exhibits E19 and E20, can you please tell us what these exhibits are?
This is just a brief summary of the rules and regulations regarding gas flaring and the minimums and the availables. And again, the 1800 MCF is kind of a cutoff that if this well gets below that, it would be our intention to notify the commission, and at that point in time, the flaring request would be terminated, and we would just vent the gas under the 1800 MCF per month rule.
Then Exhibit E20.
That's just simply my resume.
Referring to the exhibits that we've reviewed during their testimony today, are you familiar with the exhibits, including all of their contents?
Yes, sir.
Were the exhibits prepared by you or under your supervision or by Whiting for the purposes of this hearing or in its regular course of business activities?
They were.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Okay. Would there be any objections to admitting these exhibits at this time? Mr. Hunter, do you plan to object to any of the?
No objections.
Robinson?
None from the division.
Board members? Then I think motion to have those admitted would be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask that land exhibits E1 and E2 and engineering exhibits E1 through E20 be admitted.
They'll be admitted.
So that is the end of our case in chief.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Hunter?
Mr. Nelms,
One, just for the record, will you just make a brief statement of how you have standing?
oh, certainly. International Petroleum is a working interest owner in Section 11. The well bore in question traverses the physical area where our leasehold resides, and so that's our standing here.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelms, at the beginning of your testimony, during your qualifications, you said you do SEC reporting. You're responsible for that with your company?
Yes, I support that.
Does it make a difference on your reserve reporting whether or not a particular well is in production or shut in?
Well, if it was shut in, it'd be classified as a proved non-producing, a PDNP.
And if it was actually producing, it would be classified differently?
Be a proved producing.
And for SEC reporting purposes and for accounting purposes, is it more advantageous to be producing proved or non-producing proved?
It doesn't matter because under SEC rules, proved is proved.
So in Whiting's estimation, it doesn't make any difference to them for accounting purposes whether it's a producing well or non-producing as long as the reserves are proved.
Yes, that is correct.
And the numbers that you would report as proven reserves would be the same numbers that you reported here to the division?
As far as remaining reserves, you would run that at a price deck that would be determined by taking the oil price every 12 months of the year and averaging that. So the SEC does have some guidelines and rules as far as what you can run your economics on based on the prior year's production and oil price.
So your proven reserves are based on the prior year's production, not on a EUR estimate?
Well, the proved reserves are based on the forecast of remaining reserves using the SEC gas and oil price that was in effect that year.
And so what I'm asking basically is the relationship between the EUR and what you report to the SEC as your proven reserves. Are they similar, different?
Well, your EUR is ultimate recoverable. Your proved reserves is what's remaining to be produced.
So the EUR is, if to make that clear, the EUR is the total amount that would be in place. The proven reserves is what's left to be produced in the reservoir.
EUR is not in-place reserves. EUR is ultimate recoverable reserves.
And so the amount left to be recovered, what is left to be, is the EUR minus what is left that you think you can get out of the reservoir.
Repeat that question, and I don't quite understand.
What you report to the SEC as proven reserves is the EUR minus what you've already taken out of the reservoir.
At the SEC gas price deck, yes.
Thank you. Throughout your testimony, you referred to the actual production history. I believe the best illustration might be the E4 exhibit with the daily production volumes on there. Were those production volumes obtained with a full open choke, or was the flow restricted in any way?
Well, you always restrict production, so these numbers are based on a jet pump. All of that production from May forward is from the jet pump.
So it's not a natural drive from the reservoir itself, you enhanced it with the pump?
There always is some natural drive in a reservoir, but the pumping mechanism we used in this case was a jet pump.
And as a matter of fact, on that same exhibit, you even added an additional pump, the downhole pump?
That is the jet pump.
Okay. And that was a replacement for the original one?
No, we put this well on jet pump initially back in May, and it has been on jet pump since May.
Then I'm confused at the notation further on. It looks like it's above the September line. Ran new downhole pump.
Yes, the pump wore out, so we ran a new pump.
You replaced the pump that was in the hole previously.
That's correct.
I understand. Without the jet pump, what kind of, would you expect significantly lower volumes?
Well, the jet pump is the most optimum tool we could use at this point in time. What additional volumes would be based on alternative production mechanisms, I can't speculate.
But the jet pump was crucial enough to getting your current production that you replaced it when it broke.
Well, we replaced the downhole pump section of the jet pump when it wore out and put in a new downhole section.
Because without that, the recoveries would be less. You invested additional monies to maintain your current production levels. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
You testified that you were going to be, you had planned or hoped to perform a minor workover. Is this intended to produce a material change in either the EUR or the production rates, or both?
We don't know yet. We'll have to see what the results of the workover are.
The question was, is it intended to produce such a change?
Well, certainly yes. That's the objective of any workover, is to get the well back on production because it's shut in right now, so production is zero.
Right. And because that the intention is to increase, hopefully greatly, the EUR or the production rates, that would be a change to the estimates and projections that you've run for the board here today. Is that correct?
I can't speculate on that.
I'm not asking for speculation. If you increase production rates or increase the EUR, that would materially alter the evidence before the board today, wouldn't it?
If we did something to do that to increase the production, then the forecast would be adjusted accordingly, but we can't predict how this well is going to perform in the future. With what we know now, after we do the workover, we'll see.
And with what you know now, the decision as of December 22nd, 2015 was to cease production from the well.
Well, we had a mechanical problem and we weren't no longer able to produce the well because of the downhole mechanical issue.
Your previous testimony was that it was corrected.
I don't understand where you're going, and
Well,
what's your question?
You said there
I'm
was a
sorry.
mechanical, just to review your testimony, you said around Thanksgiving there was a mechanical failure, and it shows right there on the graph in November, shut-in mechanical, and then production then resumed afterwards. Was there yet another mechanical failure after that time?
There was a downhole failure, yes.
That's not shown on this graph.
No, because that downhole failure was after December 7th.
After December 7th. So there's been another mechanical failure, which was the proximate cause of the decision to shut the well in currently.
Yes,
And so the minor workover is intended to bring the production up from, we can't produce it right now mechanically, to, I hope we can produce something out of this thing. Is that a fair statement?
well, our hope is if we get those downhole issues resolved, the production will resume to where it was before we shut the well in.
Just to clarify, your testimony then today before the board is that currently the well is mechanically incapable of production
That's correct.
and will be mechanically incapable of production until Whiting does a workover.
That's correct.
How much, just as an estimate, you probably don't have these numbers available, but just as an estimate, how much would you say you intended to spend on this workover?
Well, I don't know if I really need to get into that. I don't know what has to do with the flare application hearing.
Well, just for comparison's sake, your testimony of the generator was that the machine, buying the machine outright would be about $425,000, is that correct?
For one MT 250, correct,
Which burns 100 MCF of gas,
correct,
which is approximately what you produce currently.
yes,
And $350,000 would be the interconnect fee for Rocky Mountain, is that correct?
that's what the number is that we obtained by discussions with them.
So less than $1 million, you can have an electric power plant sitting there, correct?
Yeah, but we couldn't hook it up to the system.
Well, I thought that was what the interconnect was for.
No, those are estimates given to us by conversations with Rocky Mountain Power, and they will not at this point in time accept electricity into their system regardless. So there's two parts to the answer to that question. One is the cost, and the other is that they will not allow it.
Well, at this time.
Well, we've been talking to them for a year and a half, and there's no indication from that I've seen that they'd be willing to change their minds. And I think there's no, in the state of Utah, I don't think there's ever been a gas to wire connection.
Well, this is a wildcat well, so there's been no wells out here either. We're breaking new ground left and right. Is there other reasons why these analyses haven't proceeded beyond the conversation stage?
Well, they simply will not hook us up.
Right. But returning, nevertheless, you presented this as an alternative to the board and even presented additional analysis at the request of Mr. Moon. So for less than $1 million, theoretically, at least, with potentially maybe making Rocky Mountain Power move on it, you could do something with the gas, theoretically.
Well, even if we had approval from them to tie into their system, the economics indicate that it'd be uneconomic to do so.
And yet, and this goes back to my original question, how much would you estimate you would be spending on a workover to get the well even to mechanically produce again?
It's probably going to be in the range of tens of thousands of dollars.
Going back to the Exhibit E5, this was you indicated that the inputs used to generate this graph were the actual production history plus a default decline curve of 8%.
Well, I used what's called a modified ARPS analysis, where the initial curve fits from the Aries program were hyperbolic, and such time as when the hyperbolic curve reaches an equivalent mathematical 8% exponential decline, it defaults to an 8% exponential decline to the economic limit.
And that 8% is just based on industry standard practice, every well that's ever been done, it's just the default.
It's an estimate, simply an estimate.
Okay. And there's no reason on this particular well to vary that estimate up or down?
Well, I have no data to go by since this is a new reservoir exploration well, so what I've used is a reasonable estimate, which I think is defensible.
Okay. And but we just don't know if there's a reason to vary that at 8% up or down. We just don't know.
And we don't have enough production history on this well or enough experience in this particular formation that we actually have seen a well reach exponential decline yet.
And on Exhibit E6, you indicated that the numbers were backwards calculated. You didn't use actual costs for what Whiting had spent on the well?
No,
And you used assumed prices, which are 2 times the current price environment. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And I believe tell me if I've got this wrong, but the following exhibits were just based on a projection. E7, E8, and et cetera, the tables.
Well, E7 and E6 and E5 were all based on Exhibit E4, which is the actual production from the well.
But I think you testified this was a hypothetical well if you had it to do over.
Well, what I did is I took the production from the well, curve fit it, modified, put it into areas, and then did the economic calculation and worked backwards.
Right. So you took the production data, modified it, and created a projection based off that modification.
Well, I took the curve fit from the Aries program and used that to make the economic forecast.
And so it's your best guess of the well.
From the information available at this point in time, yes.
And does the mechanical failure of the well throw those estimates and assumptions into some question?
It should not, no.
And why? And how do you base? On what do you base that response?
Well, we're assuming the well will come back and produce the rate it was at before we had the mechanical failure of the jet pump. That's our assumption at this point in time.
It's an assumption that you'll be able to successfully, number one, that you'll be able to do the workover, and number two, that it'll be successful, and number three, that the production will come back at the same rate that it was before.
That's what we hope will happen.
Your testimony was that you anticipate the 1,800 MCF limit to be reached at the end of 2017. Is that correct?
That's based on the forecasted production curve for the model in E8.
And that's if the well is produced, starting up again in the extremely near future.
Well, it could, depending on oil price, it could be this summer or this fall. We don't have a definite time.
So if the oil price recovered and you were able to mechanically restart the well, you could run under the 1,800 MCF limit as early as the summer.
We don't know yet,
But you could.
theoretically, but we don't know that till it occurs.
Your requested relief, if I have this correct, is that you want to be able to flare 50 million cubic feet of gas from the reservoir, or essentially produce it until the expected timeline based on your graph has been run through. Is that correct?
Repeat the question.
Your requested relief is a two-pronged set, an either-or proposition. Either we burn 50 million cubic feet of gas, or we take the well to the limits of its economic life.
Well, if the request is 3 years flaring told, or 50 million standard cubic feet, whichever comes first.
And the 3 years is based on how long you expect it to take to drain all the recoverable oil and burn off all the recoverable gas.
The 3 years is based on the economic model showing a new well would have a 4-year well life, subtracting the 1 year we produced to date.
So it's based on, as you testified earlier, it's based on your modified production data, run through your projections as a best guess.
That's the best estimate we can make at this point in time.
You testified that the gas content of the stream was high in ethane, is that correct?
Yes,
Same as-
17%.
And that is quite high by most reservoir standards, isn't it?
That is very high.
Were there additional natural gas liquids in recoverable quantities in that gas stream?
We've never measured the natural gas liquids. It would depend on the processing plant that was utilized.
And natural gas liquids by themselves are valuable, are they not?
Not as much now as they were in the past.
But they also have an economic component to them.
You do, if you can find a market that would buy it.
And part of the finding a market to buy it is being able to recover it from the well. Is that correct?
Well, it has to be economic to recover.
Just quickly, Mr. Hunter, so that the board can track where you're going, where are you going with this?
I'm
What is-
just about done, actually. And if I could be permitted a closing statement at the end of arguments, I think you'll.
Well, you still have time for your case. We're just trying to, I've had a couple of the board members say, well, where are we going with this? And so I thought I'd make sure that the board is understanding what your questions are.
I'll be happy to make a closing argument even right now if you'd like me to. But very briefly, what I'm attempting to illustrate is that this well is uneconomic and that the requested relief is inappropriate based on the new testimony that the well is currently mechanically unable to produce. It's inappropriate to ask for flaring from a well that can't bring anything up right now. And because we're not even sure, according to testimony, if a workover will be done, it would make a lot more sense to reconvene this hearing when and if they're able to get the well back online.
I think that assists us all. Thank you.
I have no further questions, actually.
I'm sorry if I interrupted your.
Oh, that's okay. I was done, so it's okay.
All right, good. Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the board's permission, I will probably ask a couple questions myself, and as the questions get slightly more technical, I'll turn the microphone over to one of my colleagues to the left, if that
Proceed.
sounds good to the board. Thank you. Mr. Nelms, just a couple questions from me. One, I'd like to clarify what may have been some conflicting testimony or possibly just my note-taking. It sounded to me when we were talking about the point at which this well is expected to reach the regulatory threshold of 1,800 MCF per month. I think I heard at one point at the end of 2017 and also at one point at the end of 2016. I wonder if you just clarify that point for me.
Should be the end of 2016, assuming continuous production.
All right, thank you. And then second, turning your attention, if you recall, your testimony about Exhibit E19. And again, just a point of clarification, I believe that your testimony was that if and when this well goes below that regulatory threshold, you used the term vent, that Whiting would be venting the remaining gas. I assume that that may have been vent or flare. And what are your intentions if we go below that threshold? Would you be flaring or would you turn off the stacks?
We would still flare the gas.
All right, thank you. With that, Mr. Doucette?
Yeah, Dustin Doucette for the division. If you could turn to Exhibit E4. Just wanted to clarify, I believe your testimony was that amount of water produced was 41.7 million.
Oh, it's 1,000, sorry.
Okay, thank you. On Exhibit E5, I think we kind of went over this. You've got to work over proposed. What kind of mechanical difficulties does the well have currently?
The standing valve, which is the bottom part of the jet pump, is stuck.
Okay, so the purpose of that workover would to fix that problem and, like you said, hopefully get production back to normal.
Yes, sir. We would have to pull the tubing. We tried to retrieve that standing valve with the wire line, which is normally the practice, but because it is stuck in a seed nipple, we're going to have to pull the tubing.
Okay.
So it would be more a major workover to do that.
Do you have any other workovers planned or recompletions planned for this well in the
No,
future?
our intention is just to get that standing valve out, put it back on production.
So is there any other recompletion potential in this well?
Not really, no.
Okay, so nothing that would significantly, in your opinion, increase the amount of production from the well?
No, at this point in time, I think we've completed all of the intervals in the horizontal lateral we intend to complete. And so I don't see any point in time in the future where we would do anything other than just simple workovers to maintain production.
Okay. Exhibit E12. I know you ran this as this analysis of a pipeline and gas plant based off of additional wells. I know it wouldn't be the business practice to do it for basically this well, but if you would size this more towards the production of this well, would it still be uneconomic, I guess, would be the question.
We would have to have substantially more production than 100 MCF a day to even think about doing anything like this.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, any questions?
Mr. Gill, I have a question or two.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought you were done.
Excuse
Your
me.
witness stops, you're over.
That's right.
Let's
With the
go
board's
back.
permission, Mr. Rogers would also pose a question.
Okay. Mr. Nelms, could you look at Exhibit 5? I'm looking at the gas production there, roughly near the end of the year, of about 100 MCF a day, correct?
Yes, that would be correct. That's
Now
the
I
red
look over
line.
to Exhibit Cash Flow E8. And you look at there for your 2016 gross gas production at 64,000 MCF. And if you put that on a daily basis, that's about 176. Is that time shifted somehow, or what's?
Yes, that's time shifted. The E8 is assuming that you drilled a new well starting December 1st of 2016.
All right, so there's a year shift in there.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Again, also now on the gas to wire, looking at your economics, it seems like it would never be economic. Is there anywhere that you know that, since you're about at the maximum one generator could take at 100 MCF a day, is there anywhere that you're aware of this is an economic alternative?
My knowledge, I don't know anybody who's actually done this, and in Utah, I don't think there's ever been a gas to wire alternative to venting project done.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Robinson, anything else?
Nothing further from the division, thank you.
Questions from the board?
So, given the price today, are you going to do that workover before price, or are you going to wait till prices come up? And then second question, at what price point will you start producing?
I think we need to be somewhere between $40 and $50 per barrel before we can consider that workover.
Okay. And that's about when you'd start producing, work it over, and then produce immediately.
We're just kind of reevaluating our position right now, but at $30 per barrel, making a cash flow of $15,000 a month, we just can't approach it yet.
Thank you. Mr. Nelms, I just have a question or two about E4. And oftentimes we hear before the board justifying that shutting in a well typically results in loss of reserves, essentially, or lower production rates and stranded reserves, I guess is another way to say it. But looking at this, the very tail end of your graph, after you're shut in Thanksgiving time, the production did not return to match the existing curve of the time period before that. Is that something you would expect as you shut in a well, or is that more of a mechanical issue?
As you shut in a well, will build up pressure. And then when you turn the well back on, you'll see a spike in oil and gas production because you've allowed the reservoir pressure to build up near wellbore. But that spike will then drop back down in time to match what previously was when the well stabilizes. And if you did a curve fit on that and you took that temporary spike in Thanksgiving and you kind of project it by November 20th, well, actually that spike of that workover was in September. And it took about 2 months to get back to where it was when we put the new pump back in. It will restabilize.
I guess I'm looking at the curve beyond Thanksgiving and your data points for at least the production of gas.
Oh, okay, I'm with you. Yeah, it did spike there, but then as you see, it just came back down and fit what the forecast would be prior to what it was before the workover.
Okay. I guess the next question, and that is, how long can you shut this well in without the potential for losing reserves? Or, again, we've had other, and maybe this well is not similar to other wells that experts have testified about, but we've heard that we can't shut in this well because if we shut it in for too long, it likely will never return to the same production rates, or we'll lose, won't have the ability to pull as much oil and gas out that we may lose the drive, or any number of reasons. You don't expect that to happen at this well?
What you've stated is true for gas wells. When you shut in a gas well, you can water block it. So for gas wells, it's more critical to not shut them in. But in this case, for an oil well, I don't believe it's going to have that impact.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the board? Okay, back to you. Mr. Clausen.
Well, that would end our case in chief.
Thank you. Then Mr. Hunter.
We have no witnesses to call. We have no case in chief at this time.
Okay. Mr. Robinson.
No witnesses from the division.
Okay. In terms of closing arguments, I'm assuming, and just make sure I'm clear, that it would be Mr. Clausen, or does anyone else wish to make a closing statement? Mr. Hunter, did you hear that question?
I apologize. My phone is making a bad noise. I have a brief closing statement if I could be permitted to make one, but I'll be happy to let Mr. Clausen go first.
I'd like him to go last so that he has a chance to respond. Mr. Robinson, do you have a closing statement?
Mr. Chairman, I think depending on what the other closing statements look like, the division will at least take a position on the relief requested and may have some additional comments depending on what we hear.
What I'd like to do is to go to Mr. Hunter, Mr. Robinson, and Mr. Clausen, unless there's some prejudice in that. That's okay?
Fine with the division.
I have no objections.
Okay, Mr. Hunter.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, the question here today is basically one of waste. The position of Whiting is that we have to produce the oil, and in order to do that, we need to flare the gas. As testimony became elicited today, it turns out that at this point they can produce neither, which sort of makes this hearing, in my opinion, a little bit premature. I didn't know that was the case when I walked in this morning, or else things might have gone differently. But as the testimony was elicited, it appears to me that the proper alignment of the state's interest, Whiting's interest, the other working interest partners, of which I believe IP might be the only one, is that to delay any decision on flaring until and unless we actually need to flare any more gas. As things stand now, the requested relief is Whiting has already vented or flared half of the expected ultimate recovery, and they want permission to flare the other half, which would deplete any drive mechanism the gas may be providing, deplete the natural resource entirely, and as well, that would be the end of the recoverable oil at the same time. And in the alternative, they want enough time, based on Mr. Nelm's estimates, to do the same thing. So either let us mathematically according to their projections, drain the well and burn the rest of the gas off, or give us enough time to do that mathematically as we've calculated. Either way results in the complete depletion of the natural gas resource that's in place now. And given the testimony that we've heard today, there's no reason to make that decision right now because it's kind of a moot point. The testimony was that it's a $40 or $50 price environment they would need to even consider the workover. No one knows when or if that's coming. So tolling a 3-year period or asking for an MCF limit is, again, a little premature because, as Mr. Hansen pointed out, sometimes they don't always come back. There may only be 30 million cubic feet of gas left, and the testimony was that that's more of a danger for gas wells, but we don't know. And there's a lot of we don't know involved in this case right now. Projections, estimates, best fit curves. The reality is the well may never come back, and therefore they don't need permission to flare. International Petroleum's position would be that the requested relief should be denied and instead substitute in, we'll take this matter up again when we have the new numbers based on a workover, if indeed it ever does happen.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd like to first say that the division is cognizant and understands the conditions of the market, the particular conditions on the ground at this well, and as a general matter supports the relief requested. The division stands ready to work with the operator in this case and draft a proposed order that takes some of these contingencies into account. As to response to Mr. Hunter's point, the situation the division sees as a potential problem with his request to deny this flaring variance is that if and when this well comes back on production, it will be flaring more than the 60 MCF per day allowed by rule. That's the threshold we've been talking about. So in order to, it's a chicken or the egg, which comes first sort of situation, without some sort of relief from this board, there would be no opportunity to bring that well back on production. So at the very least, we need to address that situation where the lack of a flaring variance would handcuff the operator in terms of working over this well. And is there anything else from my colleagues? With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and the division will pass the mic.
Okay, Mr. Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think on the first hand, we've made our case today that the alternatives to flaring simply aren't economically feasible, and it's not likely in the future that they ever will be economically feasible. If this well is ever to produce oil again, we're going to have to flare the gas. There's just nothing else to do with it. We're asking, recognizing that, and that then in the future, the alternatives, the economic scenario situation involving those alternatives isn't going to change. It doesn't make a lot of sense to keep coming back to the board and presenting this story over and over and over again. That's not efficient, economic, and it's unnecessary. The well is currently shut in, based on price, and also on the fact that there is a problem downhole. The problem downhole is of a minor nature. At the low price, it doesn't make a lot of sense to come in, bring a workover rig back on the location and work over the well at the moment. But if the price goes up, then it becomes more and more feasible to do that. The well does generate at $30 or thereabouts about $15,000 a month, which isn't great, but it's still not anything. And as the letter that was sent, it actually hasn't been entered into the record, but there was a working interest owner and the surface owner who filed a letter with the board just recently, and they are in support of continued flaring. They state that it's not caused a problem for them, and also as not working interest, but mineral owners, they get a royalty from the oil, and they enjoy that income. So there's more parties out there than just IP, some of who are interested in this well continuing to produce. We had wished that this well was different. but it turns out that it's not. We have the well that we have. If we plug and abandon the well at this moment, that would actually result in waste because we'd be leaving reserves in the ground that would never be produced. To leave this well unplugged makes the most economic sense. It can be used for other purposes. It will generate oil income based on the projections for in the neighborhood of 3 years. It is likely to pass under the 1,800 MCF per month rate that doesn't require divisional board approval for flaring sometime in the next 6 months or a year, at which point, you know, a flaring order basically becomes moot. Mr. Robinson has alluded to the fact that the division and Whiting, and hopefully International Petroleum, we can work together to work out the administrative details of a flaring order to involve the timing of the 3-year period that would be told by shut-in periods, the volume of gas that would be associated gas that would be produced during that period, which would be we estimate 50 MMCF, or when the well does produce below the 1,800 MCF limit, a mechanism for the board's order to terminate at that point. There'll be some bookkeeping that needs to be done, some administrative oversight by the division. Whiting is willing to take the yeoman's oar on that to help the division stay on top of it. We can file documents with the board to let the board know what's going on. It could be in the nature of sundries, but a detail like that we can work out if the board chooses to approve Whiting's request as we stated today. And with that, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. I think I can speak that we want to discuss this and we'll be back. So we're going to recess for just a minute to discuss this, and we'll come back and let you know what we've decided.
Thank you very much.
On the record, in this matter, the board has reviewed it, and our decision is as follows. The request for agency action is approved with a couple of exceptions. The one exception is that there would be no venting, only flaring, and if you decide that you need that, you have to come back. Number two, if there are material changes in the facts that we've relied on today, we would ask the division to let us know. And Mr. Robinson, if you would help draft whatever that is, or at least refine it. And Mr. Clausen, we would ask you to prepare the order.
Thank you very much. Be glad to.
Division
Thank
would
you
be
very much for your
glad to
presentation.
assist.
With that, we are going to go into a short break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. you, board members and court reporter. We're now back on the record. We are at agenda item number 2, docket number 2015-023, cause number S/049/0050 in the matter of the Elite Rock West Mine. On January the 22nd, 2016, the Utah Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining and Wasatch Mountain Excavating, Inc. filed a joint motion to continue this matter to the board's regularly scheduled hearing on March 23, 2016. The Utah Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining granted the motion on January the 25th, 2016. Therefore, this matter is continued to the board hearing on March 23, 2016. We're now to agenda item number 3, docket number 2015-026, cause number 131-141, in the matter of the amended requests for agency action of Crescent Point Energy, U.S. Corporation. We'll now take appearances of counsel.
Brent Chicken, Fox Rothschild, on behalf of Crescent Point Energy Corp.
Steve Alder, Utah Attorney General's Office, on behalf of the Utah Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Thank you.
Apologize, the PowerPoint isn't. So I'd like to just give a brief introduction, very quickly. Catch the board up and last hearing in December. In December 2015, Crescent Point appeared before the board and offered testimony and accompanying exhibits designed to provide this board with the basis to grant Crescent Point's original request.
Yeah.
Better?
Yeah, you're not being picked up by the electronic recording equipment.
My apologies. So in December 2015, Crescent Point appeared before the board and offered testimony and their accompanying exhibits in support of their request to for a more flexible well spacing order that would allow, excuse me, joint vertical and horizontal well development of Crescent Point's fee, state, and tribal interests in the Randalet area in Utah. At the conclusion of that hearing, the request was continued to today with the understanding that Crescent Point would work with division staff and its attorneys to amend its request for agency action, provide notice to all the interested parties, a new updated notice, and address the concerns voiced by the division and the board concerning the original format and style of the request and some of the issues raised in a memorandum filed by the division's attorneys. Specifically, the thrust of those concerns related to really 4 key areas. The precise well spacing that Crescent Point was seeking in terms of the effective dates of the same, and understanding how you could convert 40-acre, 640-acre, and 1,280-acre spacing units, protecting correlative rights in the framework of this, different effective dates and converting spacing units, how you could practically apply statutory or compulsory pooling principles to spacing unit effective date and conversion vagaries that were out there, as well as the practical shifting of spacing unit designations for the division and board from the division and board to Crescent Point, and well permitting problems that would come from that. So Crescent Point has worked with the board worked with the division, and filed its amended request for agency action, which preserves the original request to the extent that Crescent Point believes it continues to have the developmental flexibility and planning that we sought, as well as the majority of well maximums and setbacks and things. Those haven't changed. The main change has been that rather than having converting spacing units, working with the division, we've come to the realization that you do 40, 640, and 1280 overlapping spacing units that are well type specific. So 40s vertical wells, 640 acre spacing for short lateral or 1 mile horizontals, and 1,280 acre spacing for long lateral horizontals. What this does is it protects correlative rights in a way that the previous plan would not have done, and that is that there's no conversion of spacing units, there's no changing of net revenue interests or any of those type of issues for either the working interest or the royalty owners. What you get paid, what you would get paid in your existing 40 is what you will always get paid. Your net revenue interest, literally your 8/8 net revenue interest, won't change. We've brought, we've got more testimony and exhibits today. The same 3 individuals from Crescent Point that testified last month, Mr. Ryan Waller, who's to my left, Ms. Laura Roberts, and Ms. Matthews are all here again to provide testimony, and we'll get them all sworn. I will note that the geology hasn't changed all that. The geology issues and engineering issues haven't changed so much, and therefore Ms. Roberts isn't going to be testifying in exhibits. However, all of them, all of the folks here from Crescent Point are willing, pursuant to the board's order, to answer any questions in camera that any of the board members or the division staff may have about our confidential exhibits that were issued, that were provided pursuant to the board's order. Wow. Is that better? Sorry. It's
That's
funny.
a lot better.
Well, it's funny. I've never been accused of being quiet ever once in my entire life by anyone. So it's funny that we're amping up my mics, but that's fine. But this one change, this concept of overlapping spacing units, really does 2 things, I think. It brings the state of Utah in line with the bulk of Rocky Mountain producing states in applying the concept of overlapping spacing units that are well bore or well type specific. And 2, it really handles and addresses almost all of the concerns that the division or individual board members had voiced with response to how do we monitor these converting, 640s into 1280s, and how do we permit these things, and what order are they going to be permitted in, and how does all of that work? And so it really renders all of those things inapplicable and moot because we don't have those issues anymore. And one last thing I would note is that we'll go forward and put on our information. We've also been working and talking this morning with the Ute tribe, or attorneys for the Ute tribe, and representatives of the BLM regarding 2 letters that were filed late yesterday afternoon regarding requests for keeping the record open, and we've reached an agreement with the Ute tribe and the BLM as to how we're going to address that. And it's a very good middle of the road, and I think really what this comes down to is Crescent Point and myself personally are going to commit to making sure that the questions that they have are answered, and we've agreed on a date to keep the record open till, so that, if after that process there are any issues, then they would be able to file what they needed to file, and then the board could take that into consideration in making its decision.
We are going to take the admission of exhibits in total at the end of your presentation.
Yes.
And we may end up going into a discussion on that, either openly or have you come into the room, just
Certainly.
the attorneys, and discuss that before those exhibits are admitted.
Certainly, and just to be clear, I'm talking about there's two separate sets of additional exhibits here.
Right.
There are supplemental exhibits that would not be subject to that confidentiality order that were submitted to the board in advance of the order being even issued. And then there are the confidential exhibits which are, subject to the order. So the supplementals, I'm going to put those on and ask that they be admitted into the record at the end of that. And then if the board wants to address anything at all with the confidential, we're happy to do that as well. And so, I apologize for this, but if I could have a brief 3 to 5 minute recess, I want to put the PowerPoint up instead of the PDFs of these. This is what was provided by the board, but I have these in PowerPoint, and it'll be a much better view for everybody if I could just have 2 or 3 minutes.
Sure. Board Counsel, Mike, do you have anything that we need to go inside and could just use this time for to discuss anything, or board members, can we all go in the other room for just a minute? Short briefing. Okay, we're back on the record. During the recess, we received a letter from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, UNA and ORA Agency, making a couple of requests. I would like to pass this out to the board unless there's any discussion of that.
No, Mr. Chairman, we've received the letter, and it appears to be in generally the same vein as the letters filed late yesterday by the Ute Tribe and the BLM, and the request is very similar. It is to withhold decision, and the agreement to keep the record open has that effect. So, and we can address that at the end of the hearing. And there are representatives from the tribe and the BLM here that can speak to that. I don't believe there's any. I don't know if there's any BIA folks, but the idea is we've reached an agreement to leave the record open for a period of time.
Well, the letter says in the second paragraph, they request that we defer making a decision, which I'm going to infer is leaving the record open until there's additional chance for input and comment and whatever. But then the next paragraph, which is a single sentence, says your utmost consideration to defer this hearing is appreciated, which is asked for us to defer the hearing. Our sense is not to do that. We are not going to defer the hearing. It's been noticed up. We will, I think, be willing to, for good cause, leave the record open for a period of time so that
And I believe the parties are prepared to stipulate to that as well, Mr. Chairman. So,
I think, Mr. Alder, any comments or discussions on the question I'm asking you is should we defer the hearing? Is there enough cause to do that? Or you see any prejudice in doing that?
No, I see no prejudice in going forward with the hearing and no reason to defer it.
All right, and since no other party is represented by counsel, I think that's what we're going to do.
thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Who am I talking? Okay, so Mr. Kitchen, we're back to you to go forward.
And with that, I'd like to call my my first witness, which is Mr. Ryan Waller, sitting to my left.
Brian, will you repeat your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Ryan Waller, Waller.
Thank you. Yeah.
Will the witnesses please raise their right hands? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Thanks.
And for the record, Laura Roberts, LauraRoberts, from Crescent Point Energy, and Katie Matthews, Katiematthes, were also sworn in just now, along with Mr. Waller.
Thank you very much.
These will be the beginning of our supplemental exhibits. The original exhibits were labeled A through Z. Therefore, we've started supplemental exhibit at AA. And I will ask Mr. Waller to please go through the exhibit and explain.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Before I really delve into this, I'd like to kind of, as far as all the letters that were filed late by the various agencies and the tribe and the BIA, just kind of make it clear from last hearing, since we're not really delving back and revisiting all those exhibits, that one of my exhibits summarized the land situation and that this area is approximately 66% tribal minerals. And so the intent of this is to promote development with the tribe, get them more wells that they'll have an interest in. And so just so everybody is kind of on the same page with that, we meet with them frequently. We met with them last week. We're going to continue to do so. We want to, discuss with them further, resolve the issue, and hopefully they understand at the end of it that this is truly in their benefit. And we picked these lands because it does impact them in a positive way. And so hopefully we can kind of get everybody on the same page with that, and we'll do so by leaving it open and coming to an agreement with them after this hearing today. So to get into Exhibit AA, this is kind of at the request of the division to kind of identify some things and clarify some things from the last hearing when we were out here in December. This exhibit is a list of our producing vertical wells that are within our spacing outline area. One of the confusing points last time was that they were drilled under the general well siting rule. That's not technically a unit. They produce on the lease level under that rule. We are now trying to clarify that to say that these vertical wells will be on a 40-acre unit going forward from this order's approval. And so I wanted to identify those wells and what their 40-acre mineral ownership looked like. So this page lists the 11 producing vertical wells within our spacing area. I won't go through the full list, but in summary, 6 of these are fee or private-owned minerals, 4 of them are tribal minerals, and 1 of them is a state lease or state minerals. That's pretty much all I have on this one.
And I just want to clarify that these 11 existing wells, if the request is approved, would then each be within its own 40-acre spacing unit.
Correct. The next set of slides is to show a visual of those 11 wells from Exhibit AA. So we're now on Exhibit AB. This shows Section 31 in Township 3 South Range 1 East, Uintah County, Utah. This is one of our fee mineral wells. It's the Cox 12-31-31E. It's 100% working interest for Crescent Point. And I just wanted to visually show that. The red box would be the representation of what that 40-acre unit would look like. Continuing down my list, we are now in Section 33 of Township 3 South Range 1 East. These are 3 tribal wells.
For the record, this is Exhibit AC.
AC, correct, sir. This shows 3 tribal wells that were drilled in 2015. The Coleman Tribal 133-31E, the Coleman Tribal 833-31E, and the Coleman Tribal 933-31E. Again, they're all drilled under the default siting rules, but the red boxes here would show what that 40-acre unit would look like if this order was approved, and these are all 100% Crescent Point working interest wells.
We'll move on to Exhibit AD.
We're now on Exhibit AD. We're in Section 26 of Township 3 South Range 2 East. This exhibit shows the only 2 wells that we have less than a 100% working interest in. The Gardner State 126-32E is Crescent Point 35% working interest and Bill Barrett 65% working interest. The Gardner 16-26-3-2E, that one has Crescent Point, Bill Barrett, and Robert L. Bayless, producer LLC, as the working interest owners in that well. And then the third and final well in this section is the Gardner 14-26-3-2E. That one is 100% Crescent Point working interest. Yet again, the red box identifies what the 40-acre unit would look like.
All right, we'll move on to Exhibit AE.
We're now going to Township 4 South Range 2 East. This is Section 4. This is another tribal well. It's the Ute Tribal 11-4-4-2E. Yet again, it's Crescent Point 100% working interest.
Move to the next exhibit, AF.
And we're seeing a similar theme here as we move through. We're now in Section 18, Township 3 South Range 1 East. All 3 of these wells are also 100% working interest to Crescent Point. It's the Merritt 3-18-3-1E, the Kindle 1-18-3-1E, and the Kindle 9-18-3-1E. And that's it for the visual of these wells and their 40-acre units. Again, the red box shows that 40-acre unit, but I think this is an important and good time to note that on all of the wells that I just went over, they were drilled under the general siting default rules, and so it's basically a leasehold well. But if this order is approved and they go to 40-acre units, the working interest and the mineral ownership will not change. So the proceeds of these wells won't change, and essentially the working interest will stay the same as I just went through everything. So 40-acre unit establishment only allows us to do forced poolings or communitization agreements if necessary, and it's not for any of these wells.
And I just want to clarify for those 11 wells, the production allocation under the general siting rule for each one of those wells is 40 acres, correct?
Essentially, yes, that's right. Yeah, so the production allocation will not change if we establish units through this order.
We'll move on to Exhibit AG.
Okay, so this is to show our unit sizes and associated well densities. This one, the real change from the December hearing that we were at is that it now shows a actual 40-acre unit. We're just kind of clarifying that, but the well densities and the unit sizes aren't necessarily different from the last time. So I'll just kind of go down through the three different types of wells. So starting with the blue dot in the northeastern corner of my hypothetical section 30 here. This just represents a vertical well, very similar to all the ones that we just went through. It's a 40-acre unit. We're asking for one vertical well per 40-acre unit. And it's just, that's all that is. Then moving along to the red dotted line there in section 30, that would represent a short horizontal well. That would have a 640-acre unit. And we're asking for 12 horizontal wells per 640-acre unit. The important thing to note, and I think that the division wanted us to clarify this, is that 12 wells is inclusive of any long horizontal wells. So in this scenario, we have section 30 and 31, and that would be one of our designated 1,280-acre units under this order. And so kind of moving along, that leads me to the green dotted line that goes through both of these sections, 30 and 31. That would be a long horizontal well, and that would establish, or it would be on a 1,280-acre unit. And again, we're asking for 12 horizontal wells within that 1,280-acre unit, and it is also inclusive of any short horizontal wells. And so to kind of clarify that with an example, I put some text down towards the bottom of the slide here. Essentially, if you look at that red dotted line representing a short horizontal well, and those are on a 640-acre unit, if that represents 6 short horizontal wells, and they're stacked all on top of one another, we essentially can only go back and drill 6 of the long horizontal wells. So if you want to look at it, that 12 maximum well count applies to both of those types within these two sections. And I think one of the issues raised by the division with that is, well, looking down to the east half of section 31, we're no longer allowed to drill any wells there. You have 6 short laterals and you have 6 long laterals, and you've reached your 12 maximum well count. What we would do at that point is we could then continue to go out and develop that section on vertical wells, or we could always come back and address it at a later date for increased density as kind of a focus for this particular scenario. So again, the count of 12 wells applies to both types within a given 1,280-acre area.
Or a 640 if you're
Or a
talking about
640
the
as
short
well.
ones.
So if you want to just identify one section of land, let's say in this example, section 30, and we go and drill 12 short horizontal wells on a 640-acre unit, if this was a, kind of designated 1,280-acre, then we couldn't drill any more horizontals in section 31. We've reached our 12 max. So again, we'd have to come back and request increased density to address that section 31. We would only be able to drill it with vertical wells on 40-acre units unless we came back in front of this board.
If you're done.
Yes. Exhibit AH. This is an example of the 40-acre, 640-acre, and 1,280-acre overlapping units. It's the same picture that I had in the prior slide. This is significantly different from what we presented in December. This is kind of the core of what has changed working with the division and coming to this amended request. So what I wanted to identify, I'll go back through similarly to the last exhibit. You have a vertical well up in the northeast corner of Section 30. It's a blue dot here. That's a 40-acre unit. It's described as the northeast of Section 30. The production from that well will be on 40 acres, and that will always be the case. As Brent mentioned in his intro, our last kind of discussion out here in our last presentation with the board involved changing unit ownerships and kind of going from 40 to 640 and 1280 where that's not the case here. These are overlapping units, so the production allocated from that vertical well is on a 40 acre and will always be that way. Also to note, as we go out and if we drill more horizontal wells, the net revenue interest from this vertical will not change. So the production allocation won't change. So moving along to the short lateral horizontal well, that's the red dotted line there in Section 30. That's on a 640 acre unit. The allocation of proceeds will be over that 640 acre unit, and it will apply to every well type, every short lateral horizontal well within that unit that gets drilled. And then lastly, we have in green the long horizontal well. It's going through both sections 30 and 31. That would be a 1,280 acre unit, and all the production will be allocated on that unit size to all those types of wells that are drilled within it. And then again, going back to the maximum well counts, you have to keep that in mind as well. So we're talking 12 maximum of either horizontal well type within this 1,280 acre area. And then as far as the communitization agreements goes, they would only apply. So say you have a 1,280 acre unit, it's described as Section 30 all and Section 31 all. If we had a communitization agreement, it would match that description covering that full 1,280, and it would apply to only the long horizontal wells that are within that unit.
Can I ask you a question here?
Sure.
While we're on this exhibit, so we're on Exhibit AH, you seem to be putting self-limits or handcuffs on yourself in terms of turning what is shown on this exhibit as a red horizontal well, which you call a short well, from ever going back in those and re-drilling them or extending them to a long horizontal well. And then you're also limiting yourself to 12 total wells. Is that correct? At some point, could you or another witness address why you're doing that?
I would like to leave it mostly to one of the technical witnesses, but and generally speaking, I think this is just a step in the right direction for us. With the caps and the limitations that we've put on this, it's still significantly better than we have today. I think that we have to establish something, and then with the annual checkups and with the 5-year sunset on this, it's at least something that will get us going, get some permits in, we'll drill some wells, and then we can come back in front of this board and see how it's working. And we can always reassess, and we can look at kind of these maximums, and we can discuss increased density and things like that.
That's fine, but you understand, and as you do that one of the options of the board would be to prohibit short laterals being turned into long laterals, and you're aware that that retroactive enlarging the spacing is one of the hurdles that we're dealing with. So
I think I can address that, Mr. Chairman. There was with the previous request, there was the issue of the size of the area, and I think this was really an attempt to kind of put some limitations, just as was the requirement in our request now that Crescent Point be required to check in every year with the board and explain, hey, here's what we've done in this large area, and also the original kind of thoughts of the division, which was, you know, more of the pilot order type of plan, which we believe didn't provide us enough long-term planning. So we recognize that there could be, you know, negatives to this, but this seemed to be a happy medium. We have good setbacks we can support with geology and engineering with 12 wells. You know, some of it is just basically because we don't know what we're going to be drilling, and that was one of the points of contention at the last hearing. Was we that was our problem. We couldn't say yes, we want to drill this, this, and this. So it was a much more of a middle of the road, I think, compromise working with the division to say, we can live with 12 wells. We can live, if we can get overlapping spacing units, we can live with 12 horizontals, whether they're 640s or 1280s. And maybe we get out there this first year and that changes and we do have to come back to the board. But again, that was another indication where one of the problems was the perception that the designation of spacing units was being usurped from the board and the division and put in the hands of the operator. And so in this way, we're trying to be careful that we're not doing that, and that if we want more than what we are asking for today, that we have to come back to this board and ask for it. That being said, as Mr. Waller noted, that even this is a many hundreds of % improvement over what we currently have. And so, you know, and we'll have Ms. Matthews up here soon, and she can speak from the engineering standpoint on that as well. But I think that's been the general consensus of why, because we've recognized that those limits are there, but they're kind of intentional.
Yeah, and I think the situation that you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, is probably going to be relatively few throughout this area. I'll let Katie speak more to the kind of economic implications of going back and extending an existing horizontal to make it longer, as opposed to just coming in and drilling an entirely new one just to the south of that one. You know, there might be some instances where we want to do that. Again, it's kind of just getting us in the right direction and having a flexible planning tool here. But I think that scenario would be fairly rare and could be handled in kind of a one-off situation if we had to do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Waller, I just wanted another difference from the prior. And Crescent Point's request would request that all of the 40-acre units, all of the short horizontal 640s, and all the long horizontal 1280s in their overlapping style would be all approved, created, and effective as of the effective date of the board's order, correct?
That's exactly right.
Are there any other further questions from the board?
Just to be clear, is there anything retroactive in terms of effective date?
No, there's not.
Okay. Does there need to be anything retroactive as to effective date?
I don't believe so, no.
I guess I'm trying to just get the factual. I'm not arguing with you, but it's a factual. Is there any of these wells on production or anything else that an earlier effective date of first production?
Only the verticals that we went through are on production, and as Mr. Waller testified, the accounting for those wells and the payments, literally, they don't change because
Okay.
they've been paid on 40s under the rules up until now. They will continue to be paid on 40s, and the horizontals that are out there would be, they've been spaced in a 640, so they're going to be spaced on a 640 again. So again, there's no retroactive effect. There's no going back and changing accounting or, you know, giving people less of a check to account for, like literally nothing changes from a payment and allocation standpoint with respect to the existing wells in the area.
I concur.
I apologize for interrupting.
That's your province, sir. We'll move on to Exhibit AI. And actually, let me back up here a second. Unless anybody had any further questions for Mr. Waller from the Board of the Division, I have no further questions.
Vision? Any questions of Mr. Waller?
I don't think we have a direct question, but it might be helpful to clarify the testimony if Mr. Doucette could just ask one question about Exhibit AH, and because I don't think the division entirely concurs that there would not be development in Section 31 if there were 12 wells, including the long lateral in Section 30 on that exhibit. But let me ask Mr. Doucette to address that question.
Proceed.
I think part of the confusion, I think, on the division's part is we need some clarity on. So in this example we've got up here, let's say you drilled 11 short laterals in Section 30, and then you drilled the long lateral as shown. Is that what you're proposing, that then no additional wells would be permitted in Section 31?
Hold on just one second.
We just want the record to be clear, and so if there may not be any disagreement, but Mr. Waller, if you could address that.
Talking with Brent here, he would say that based on the way that the RAA is drafted, that you would be allowed to drill 11 additional wells in Section 31 as well.
Short laterals.
Short laterals to offset those 11 in Section 30. I don't think I was entirely clear with that in my testimony, but if that's what's in the RAA and if everyone here is comfortable with that, then
That was our understanding of
Okay.
how it was written, and it'd probably be our preference as well.
I apologize for the confusion on that.
Well, do I. If the RAA isn't clear on that, we'll make sure that the order would be clear on that. But in your example, Dustin, I think it would mean, we would have 11 shorts in 30, 11 shorts in 31, and then a long lateral through both of them. If we drilled 2 long laterals in there, then that would decrease to 10 and 30 short and 10 and 31 short. So there's never going to be a situation where any 640 has more than 12 wells, or any 1280 has more than 12 of the long wells.
Thank you. One more question, Mr. Chairman.
So I did have one question on example AA. If we'd go there, I mean, and just on the 11 existing producing wells, I know you said the mineral interest is 100% owned by Crescent Point. Is that correct? In all these wells?
Let's be clear, it's the working interest owners. So the working interest is what you're talking about. I think you said mineral interest.
Yeah, working interest.
So of these 11 wells, 2 of them, Crescent Point has less than 100%.
Okay.
Those would be labeled as number 5, Gardner State 1-26-3-2E, and number 7, Gardner 16-26-3-2E. And those, we do have other working interest partners that have participated in those wells.
And this is slide AD, or Exhibit AD, which shows the working interest of the 2 wells where Crescent Point owns less than 100.
Correct.
Are any of these 11 wells completed above what the subject or the proposed subject formation? Producing outside of the proposed subject formation?
Thank you, Dustin. Number 5 here, the Gardner State 1-26-3-2E. We have recently gone back and recompleted that one in the what we would define as the upper Green River, which is, can I actually defer to my geologist and my engineer as to the production and the zones that these wells are producing from? But yes, one of them is producing from a recomplete above the defined formations that we have under the spacing order.
Okay, and this follow-up, I think, probably falls under your bailiwick, so is there a different in these 40 acres, within there, is there different leases involved, where there would be a difference between potential allocation if the board approved this in that well?
That is one that I can actually field. The leasehold from surface of the earth to the center of the earth is all the same. So if this is approved, the allocation of production will not change as to that particular well.
And every one of these 40 acres is just one lease? Then?
That is the case, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, board members, any questions of this witness? We may have additional questions for this witness at the end.
Absolutely.
So we may ask that. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next witness then?
As I previously stated, I just want to give the board and the division the opportunity. We don't have any additional geology exhibits because we believe that the main thrust of the geology exhibits last time was to show that the Randlet area is different geologically than areas such as Bluebell, Altamont, and that there is not a lot of communication between these reservoirs. But we didn't believe that it required additional information. That being said, Ms. Roberts, who is Crescent Point's geologist, is here and is available if the board has any, or the division members have any questions for her. She can certainly take the stand, but otherwise I wouldn't call her but for that purpose.
Okay. I guess it's to you, division. Mr. Alder, any questions of the geology witness?
Guess not. I think that the engineering witness would be better able to answer the question about whether the 40-acre wells are draining a larger area in their estimation. So that would, I don't think we have any questions for you, Ms. Roberts. Thanks.
With that, I'll call.
Hang on. Let me ask the board. Any board members have questions of this witness? Okay, we're back to you then, Mr. Chicken.
So again, Ms. Roberts is here and is available, particularly for any in-camera, any issues with the confidential exhibits. With that, I'll call, to my left is Ms. Katie Matthews, who is a senior engineer with Crescent Point Energy. I will move to, I guess what I'll do first is, the division had asked for a little bit more insight into the cementing practices that Crescent Point was going to be using in this field for its horizontal wells. And so I'll offer Exhibit AI that Ms. Matthews can discuss regarding those requests regarding the cementing of the liner and which ones are going to be open hole.
Sure. So Exhibit AI, this was a request of Dustin. We had a phone call over the Christmas break, and he would just requested a bit more insight into our cementing program. So we actively use both methods. I've sort of depicted a cemented liner scenario and an open hole swell packer scenario, and perhaps I'll just run through the gist of what they are and why we use them. So cemented liner, you'll run surface casing, intermediate casing, and then a 4.5-inch liner all the way to the toe. You cement the whole system all the way from toe up until surface, and then you frack through that. We often use that method for reservoirs that don't have amazing matrix permeability, so areas where we don't care about losing that potential inflow into the wellbore. We'll just get that purely through the frack. The open hole swell packer method, on the flip side, is used more in reservoirs with slightly better permeability, more conventional sands, so areas that we don't want to sacrifice that potential inflow. So what you do is you'll run your surface casing, your intermediate casing, and then it's open hole with swell packer systems, and you frack in between those and those are your stages, but then you're still maintaining that open hole permeability. So just if we want to run through the the various protections. Ryan alluded to the setbacks, but we're asking for 330-foot setbacks north-south and 560-foot setbacks east-west. So in order to maintain that 330-foot setback on the north-south for a cemented liner well, we're cemented all the way to the toe. So that 4.5 inch liner in the actual lateral part is fully cemented. Secondly, the intermediate casing, which is the 7-inch casing, is cemented, and it's actually cemented and run 20 feet past the 330 setback. So now you're at 350, for example. And then thirdly, the first frac is actually beyond the 7-inch casing shoe. So that's your third method. So perhaps you're another 10 to 20 feet out. So you're cemented fully to toe, and you're also starting your frac at about 360 feet from the section line. So on the flip side, the open hole swell packer system. So here you're cemented all the way to your end of your intermediate casing string, which, as I mentioned, is 20 feet past the setback. So you're at 350 feet. Secondly, your first packer is set 7 inches past that point. Is set past the 7-inch casing, 10 feet past that. So now you're at out 30 feet. And then thirdly, your first frac is actually between the first and second packer. So it's not like we're fracking in between the end of the intermediate casing and the first packer. We're actually bumping it out and fracking in between packer 1 and 2. So again, we're further out, and we're comfortable that we're preserving those 300-foot setbacks.
I have no further questions for Ms. Matthews on this particular exhibit.
Division? Any
I
questions?
think he's just referring to this exhibit. If you want to go exhibit by exhibit, we would be glad to ask.
Are you,
It was just this exhibit. My next two questions are the two things that they asked for before.
We can.
are you
address
through with
this
it?
exhibit.
Mr. Kitchen, are you through with this exhibit?
Yes.
With this witness?
Yes.
So then it's proper to turn it to.
I'm sorry, so I thought there were more questions for the witness. Mr. Doucette would appreciate the liberty of asking a few questions then.
So on the swell packer example, is there any case where you can see that you will not be setting and cementing your 7-inch to your 330-foot setback?
I don't. We've made that standard with our D&C department, so that's essentially what they're told to do. So.
Okay, thank you.
So I did want you to address the question of whether or not there was drainage from the vertical wells. Can you address that question? And I don't know if there's another exhibit that we used previously, but the question would be whether or not the vertical wells are, in your opinion, draining an area larger than 40 acres.
So in our field, we obviously are a bit of a hybrid. So in South Altamont Bluebell, you see 1 to 2 well density, 2 million barrel plus EURs. Down in the Greater Monument Butte unit of new fields, they're down to 10 acre spacing, water flood, and pretty low EURs, like 10 to 30,000 barrels. We're in that middle of the lake in that lacustrine environment. So we have the Green River, we have the Wasatch. We're lucky to have both of those entities present, and our EURs are more in that 60 to 200 range. So our sections are drilled at 40 acre spacing. That's what the wells drain. We do have a couple, more prolific pockets where you get those more conventional sands that come in, yet we still develop them on 40 acre spacing. In Q4 of 2015, we got additional budget to drill 8 more wells. We drilled 6 of them were actually tribal minerals, drilled at 40, offsetting previously drilled fee 40 acre space wells. So we develop our field at 40s because that's what they drain. And that's also from the microseismic data that we have, the frac length studies that we've done. That's what we see as the optimal development scheme.
Thank you. No other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Board members, any questions of this witness? Seeing none, we're back to you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, just procedurally, I just wanted to ask if Ms. Matthews, the exhibits that you spoke about today, were these prepared under your direction and control?
Yes.
And do you believe the amended request of Crescent Point will protect correlative rights, prevent waste, and maximize recovery of the resources?
Yes, I do.
And just to follow up to make sure we've got everything here, one of the questions from the board earlier was pointing out that we're somewhat self-limiting ourselves in terms of well density and things like that. And maybe if you could speak to the issue of the frequency with which Crescent Point believes that it would re-enter a 640 or a short lateral to make it into a long lateral, and those type of things, and why Crescent Point is okay with these limitations.
Sure. So I think the first question was why 12 in particular. So if you look at the geometry of the setbacks, we've asked for 560 on either side, and then we've asked for 330 in between. So say by fluke, we liked a certain horizon and we wanted to drill 12 laterals in it in a section, you could feasibly drill 12 side by side and maintain that 560 east-west on both sides of the section and your 330 in between. So that's where we came up with the 12. We wanted to be conservative and not assume we would want to do 12 laterals stacked on 12 laterals. You could get up to 60 very quickly. So we just set that limit on ourselves. And as Ryan mentioned, if we desire to drill, 24 in one zone or additional wells in other zones, we'll obviously come back for subsequent hearings. This is just sort of the first setup, and we really want to just get permits rolling and starting to drill more horizontal. So that's sort of the why 12 question. And then in regards to extending 1 mile laterals, I don't see us doing that. We've never actually even drilled a lateral from a vertical. There's just operational issues. There's risk that, there's always a chance you could lose that 1 miler and you're sacrificing that. Quite frankly, it's cheaper and just safer for the well bore just to start a new well. So that's not really something that we've even ever discussed internally, and I don't see us pursuing.
And then secondarily, there was a earlier question from the division about the 11 vertical wells, and I'll go to Exhibit AA, which lists all of those wells, sorry. And the question, I believe, was, of these verticals, are any of them completed outside of the subject formation in the request for agency action, and that a bit?
So the one that I'm aware of is the number 5, the Gardner State 12632E, which we just did a recomplete on last week, and that was going into the R4. Again, Laura's probably better suited to answer that question because she plans all the frac stages. So
I'm probably going to bring Ms. Roberts up for that purpose in a moment, so I have no further questions for Ms. Matthews.
Vision, any further questions of Ms. Matthews?
No, and apologize for misidentifying her earlier. No problem. Questions? Thank you.
Board members? Any more? Okay, we're going to recall Ms.
I'm going to ask Ms. Roberts to come up and just address that one issue, and then, of course, any other questions the board has.
Morning.
So, Ms. Roberts, the same question that I just posed to Ms. Matthews, which is the Gardner State 1-26-3-2E, as shown as number 5 here on Exhibit AA, is the only vertical well, the existing vertical well, that has been completed outside of the subject formations under the request for agency action. And if you could just speak to the reasons for that and whether you think that impacts allocation.
Sure. The 126 we just recently did a recomplete on. Originally, the original completion was from the Wasatch up to about the Garden Gulch member, and that's the the uppermost section of the Lower Green River. So recently, we've discovered some of the surrounding wells have gone into the TGR3, which is the top member of the Lower Green River. And then we opened up the section right above the TGR3 called the R4, and BBC and some of the other operators have had success in that. We wanted to wait on this recomplete and see what the Lower Green River could do on its own. And then we knew we would do a recomplete on this well to see if that section of rock is in fact productive or if it's wet, as we've seen in some of the offset wells. So what's happening in that area is the depositional environment is changing from Randelette, where we have a mostly lacustrine environment, and right at the meridian line where we have Three Rivers and the Aurora State Unit, there is a depositional environment change, and we're getting some different geological features in there. So we're trying to figure out where that boundary of where that TGR3 and Pelican Bench formation works and where it's wet, which is what we've seen in most of Randelette. We have tried opening that and it has been wet. So this is a test for this specific area where we're hugging that meridian line.
No questions from the division to this witness, Mr. Chairman?
Board members, any questions of this witness?
If you find that this, you can define where this is actually productive, would you expand your stratigraphic zones of pooling? Would come back and change the vertical nature of the pooling area?
I don't think we would. If we found that it is in fact productive, we would open that for vertical wells. I don't see that being a horizontal target at this time. It's very moody. It's a very moody little formation. It's wet. It makes a lot of gas. It makes a lot of oil in some wells. It's really hard to pinpoint, and finding the petrophysical model to really narrow that down has been difficult for everyone in the basin. So at this point, it's a nice add to production in a vertical sense, but I don't think we would redefine anything.
I think you've described it well. I've had some experience with it.
It's boony.
I have just some few questions. I don't know whether the division's best suited to answer these or.
And I do have one other question.
Why don't
for
you ask your
Ms.
question
Roberts,
first?
and Mr. Kendall's question makes me want to bring up Mr. Waller for one other question as well. So, my question for her while I have her up here is: do you believe the Crescent Point's request will protect correlative rights, prevent waste, and maximize recovery?
I do.
Okay, that's it. Just to round things out there.
You want to call Mr. Waller back up?
Sure. I've got two quick procedurals, and then one I think is addressing an issue the division had, which was also solved by the overlapping. Procedurally, I neglected to ask him if all of the exhibits you spoke to today were prepared by you or under your direction and control.
They were.
And do you also believe that the relief requested by Crescent Point will protect correlative rights, prevent waste, and maximize recovery?
I do.
The third question is related to concerns early on with the former way we were doing things last month regarding compulsory pooling and how that would work. Mr. Waller, if you could describe under the new request, which will actually establish 40, 640, and 1280 spacing units effective as of the date of the board's order, how that would work for compulsory pooling.
Sure. My understanding is that verticals would be on 40s, short horizontals would be on 640s, and long horizontals would be on 1280s. This would allow us to notify all the working interest partners and propose JOAs to cover those lands. And then if we did have any unlocatables or partners that did not want to participate, we could then come back to the board and initiate a compulsory pooling hearing in front of you all.
And it's your understanding that a board order creating a spacing unit is a prerequisite to seeking compulsory pooling under Utah law?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Gordon, do you have a question?
I do.
You ask yours first.
How does this month's request, where you have the overlapping spacing, better protect correlative rights versus last month's?
Sure. I think some of the issues was, the benefit that some owners would get from having a vertical well put on them first, and then they get the flush production, and then we come back and we drill a horizontal well. Then they get pulled into that larger unit, and then so they're obviously the kind of better off in that scenario, where then from that date forward in our old request, every well within that area would then be on that larger unit size. So this kind of eliminates that situation where you don't have those fortunates that get their one well and the flush production and the ownership changes. Under this plan, I guess in vertical wells in particular, the net revenue will never change. And so they'll always be on that. It'll be a known. We're not talking retroactive. We're not changing ownership. And it's not, this plan is still flexible, but it is a bit more known, I guess, as to what's going to happen and what type of well will be producing on what unit size. So I think it's a bit more understandable. And I think that the mineral owners are more protected in that regard.
When I first heard it, that's what I thought too. It is much more clear, but as I've sat here thinking about it, if you go to Exhibit AG, we have the 140-acre well there. The way it is now, that 40-acre well, if I'm that guy, I get 100% of the production royalty from the production of that well. And then if there's a 640 horizontal drilled, I continue to get 100% of my 40-acre, and then I get to participate in 1/16 of the horizontal well, or 1/32 if it's a 1280. I'm being advantaged even more under this than under the last month's request.
Absolutely.
At the expense of those who don't have wells.
Sure, but
So it's clear, but the inequity becomes even larger, because if I'm the guy that gets the well early, I get all of mine and then some of the other. So am I missing something?
I guess a key point to make is this: what you just described is not really substantially different from what we can do already. The 40s or the verticals are going to be on a 40, and we can go out and we can drill our one horizontal well, and it's going to be on a 640, and they're going to be on different units. They're going to pay out as to their own ownership. This is just somewhat expanding on the rules that we're under now. And then I guess another upside, looking out into the future is this still allows, in this scenario, 15 more vertical wells there in Section 30. And so under last month's discussion, they would then be on a larger unit as we moved into the future, whereas now they're all going to have their own separate 40-acre well. And as kind of Katie mentioned, and Laura touched on it a little bit as well, that's where we see the drainage patterns and the kind of technical support for that.
So under this request, if there's a vertical well drilled, shares on 40, and then a horizontal well drilled, sharing on 640, and then after that there's another 40-acre well drilled, how is that 40-acre well, that very last 40-acre well, shared?
On a 40.
On a
Verticals
40.
will always be on a 40.
They stay on 40.
That's correct.
Okay.
We're establishing 40-acre units for all vertical wells, one vertical well per.
Okay.
Mr. Moon, the purpose of this was to remove that big problem that everybody had of the converting units, which required a lot of accounting and a lot of proportionate reduction. And this is if you've got a well on a 40, it stays a 40 forever. If you have a short lateral horizontals, those stay in 640s forever, and the 1280 long laterals stay in a 1280 forever. There's never any retroactive adjustment. There's never any reduction. Nobody's getting, other than obviously 40 over 640, for your acreage in the unit, but that's it. The actual allocation won't be doing what we suggested before, which was you become 40 over 640 for that one well that was in there as soon as the ladder. That wouldn't change. So it makes accounting a lot easier. It makes, I think, a lot of that a lot easier. And as I said before, this is the way that a lot of regulatory agencies have been doing it because of the problems you run into with correlative rights, doing it in a way where you are saying, okay, get 8/8 out of your 40 for this 18-month period, and then your 40 then folds into a 640, and we all saw how, you can explain it, but it gets convoluted. This is much easier. Everybody's going to get paid on what they're at. There's no conversion. There's no nothing. Everything's effective the day that the order is issued. And so you don't have to adjust anything really. Everybody just owns what they own. And as much as we're trying to do this, there is one vagary we can't fix, which is maybe there's a heck of a lot more oil under that northeast 40 than there is in one in the southeast quarter. And if that's the case, that's just how it works. We can't, I think, sitting in this room, none of us changed that. But I think this gets us as close to addressing those things as we possibly can. And keeping in mind that, as Mr. Waller said, we're here to be able to drill 16 verticals and 12 horizontals in a 640 or in each section. If we wanted to just go around drilling verticals on 40s and horizontals spaced in between on 640s, we wouldn't have spent a lot, we wouldn't be doing this. We wouldn't have spent the last 6 months trying to get this pushed through. The idea here is that, I guess what I'm getting at is that the concern that you've raised is certainly valid, but I think from an allocation of production standpoint, if we wanted to do that, that's what we'd be doing. We don't want to do that. We want to drill as many wells as we can and develop as much of this area as we can, which is why it's such a big area.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, this basically mirrors what we're already doing. The verticals are paid out on 40, and then we can have one horizontal per section that would be a 640, and they'd be on different units. I know that's not the right term to use, but and so this just essentially mirrors that plan, and I think that's why it's a little bit better of a step in the right direction. And I think the division kind of weighed in and really kind of heavily helped us work towards this. And we can live under this plan, and I hope that the mineral owners are happy with it as well.
Gordon asked almost all of my questions, but because this is my first time seeing this, I don't know that I think I agree with you, but I'm just trying to make sure I'm making an informed decision. So I'm going to ask some out-of-the-box questions, and partly to the division is who I'm addressing this to. One is what is the pluses, or what are the pluses and the minuses of just going to, let's say, a 640 spacing for short horizontal and all vertical wells? I think I know the answer to that, but I want to make sure I hear it, so that you just set it all in concrete except for the long 1280 type. Everybody shares the serendipity of the formation, the moodiness, as it will. Everyone shares in the bad hair days and whatever. So,
Well, I know the least, so I'm going to answer it. I'll take the first shot. One answer is that we don't know how this area will play out. And if you were to drill a 640 that didn't work, that would tie up the rest of the land for the development on 40s, which may be unfair. And so this allows greater flexibility for subsequent development on 40s. And I guess you could say the same thing about if you've drilled some 640s and you decide it's better to go 1280s, this allows that flexibility as well. It's frankly something that I think has sort of been stumbled upon. It may have problems that we don't foresee, but it seems to address a lot of the concerns that we had about protecting correlative rights and avoiding waste, and still allowing flexibility. I think the condition of the market has pushed the division to look at this larger area rather than sticking to a smaller pilot project. That, together with the testimony that they gave explaining the long delays in getting approval for some of their wells. And so I think, speaking, as I said, a person with less technical knowledge, we think it's a good compromise from a point of view of meeting the law. There was significant concern before that this prior request was inconsistent with the statute. We think that this proposal is consistent with the statutory definition of spacing, and so I think it fulfills those purposes.
Well, if I understand you right, in terms of looking at this solely as waste, you're really not going to run into a waste issue. So it's really correlative rights and...
Well, I think there could be waste. For example, if those two wells that are drilled in the bottom had to share on 1280s, if two long 640s were drilled, there may be a disinclination to drill additional wells into that section if they had to share on 1280s. Whereas if they don't have to share on 1280s and can proceed and drill on 40s or 640s, there's a greater propensity that those wells would be drilled. So it might avoid waste in that respect.
And then in terms of correlative rights or the issues of holding HBP held by production leases, the 40 allows the mineral owner, the lessor, really, if a well's not drilled on it, perhaps the lease would expire and they could come back and get something else, but it could be held by a long lateral as well. Short lateral, long lateral. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear.
Absent a Pew clause, yeah.
Absent a Pew
Yes.
clause and everything else.
Mr. Doucette would.
A Pew clause,
clause?
P-U-G-H. It was a court case in which it allowed, well, Chicken, I'll let you.
A Pew clause says if I've leased the whole north half for 5 years and I drill one well, it says, and let's say I drill that one well on a 160, the northeast quarter, I would only hold that northeast quarter because that's the spacing unit, unless I drill a well on the other side within 180 days of the end of the term or whatever time is put in there. It basically prevents large swaths of land from being held by a single well. But what the chairman is getting at is, yes, if you drill in the example that we have here, in the absence of that type of a clause, the 40-acre well is going to hold the lease, the 640-acre short lateral would hold the lease, or the 1,280-acre would hold the lease. So it wouldn't make a difference. And again, then, when you're talking about correlative rights, I mean, the overlapping concept is probably the most protective of correlative rights, certainly more, I think, than what we had in the previous version. And this is why I think a lot of regulatory boards have gone with this, because the answer is when you sit down and you do the math for what a person's 8 decimal place share of a barrel of oil is, the numbers for the people under this plan don't change ever. Whatever you have, what you're getting paid on that 40-acre well is what you get paid. If we happen to drill a 640, you get It'll probably be on the same statement and the same check, but they're going to be accounted for differently. These are going to be treated like separate spacing units from an accounting standpoint, so that there's no confusion.
Yeah, please.
Following up on Mr. Alder's comment that this version better meets the statute, can you describe how the prior one, where you were uncomfortable with it, and how this version better matches the statute?
Yes, the most significant difference was that the prior statute, the prior request didn't establish the drilling units until a well was drilled and producing. And that was kind of like doing it backwards. Under our statute, we're supposed to determine the area that can be best drilled by one well. And I grant you that this flexibility is still slightly at odds with that. But I think that it provides the spacing certainty up front before the well's drilled, and it gives notice to all the parties so that if there's forced pooling required later, we know what lands are covered. I don't know if that totally answers your question. It's kind of off the top of my head. Mr. Doucette did have an answer to Mr. Gill's question earlier, I think, or to some of the comments that were made by the board, if he could address that. But I want to wait and make sure we've answered your question first.
Yeah, and maybe just comment on correlative rights, how this better protects correlative rights than the prior version.
Well, I think to explain that, you just have to anticipate possible contingencies that might occur where someone's rights are not protected, and the 40 is the easiest example to give, where under this section, if someone drills a 1280 or a 640 and there's room to develop that they don't fully develop, or there is, and I think that Ms. Matthews or Ms. Roberts testified that they felt that in this area it was not there wasn't a disadvantage to drilling a vertical well and then later drilling a horizontal well. So it just it keeps that possibility open to any individual owner who wants to go ahead and drill a 40 or a 640 at a subsequent time. And so that opportunity to drill, which is what correlative rights are in Utah, isn't lost. And they have the right to go ahead if they think a 40 is better or a 640 is better.
Hey, does that answer your question? Now to respond to my question.
Okay, so it's been a while, so hopefully I get this right. I guess my comment was on the 640, including everything, probably would work if we were sure that the plan was going to proceed and they were going to drill all 16 wells, all 12 horizontals in a timely fashion. But I think where that kind of breaks down is when maybe you drill one on one person's lease, one vertical, or maybe a couple verticals, and then they stop development for whatever reason. Maybe it's oil prices or whatever. Then that person is sharing everything with everybody in the 640 when it's really only draining their minerals. And I think the testimony they provided is that the verticals are only draining 40 acres. So I think that maybe goes into Gordon's question a little bit as well.
That does answer my question. I didn't have a problem with it, but I just wanted to make sure I saw the flip side.
And Mr. Chairman, some of our we have some of the confidential exhibits go pretty extensively into the drainage patterns for the different formations as to the 40 acres. We point out that there are what I think we call hot spots where it's maybe draining a little bit more, but pretty clearly throughout this area they're not draining more than that, and we're obviously happy to further expound on any of those exhibits based upon if the board has any questions or any issues, or the division.
So I think then where are we? I think we've gone to the division. Is that correct? And are you through with yours? It's back to the board now. Our questions, and then we're through. It's back to you for summation. Is that where we are?
I suppose, it's always awkward because we don't have witnesses. Rogers would be willing to summarize the division's concern.
Okay, I wanna make-
And I would also like the record to reflect who is present, prepared to testify, and we appreciate the leeway in asking questions. When you're ready, Mr. and has been here for the hearing with regard to the BLM and the tribe and the BIA, so that's just on the record. And they may have comments, I don't know, but it would be helpful to know that, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly. And
Dick,
do you
do you
want
have any objections to that?
Well, I don't. I just wanted to. I don't know if we want to. Well, maybe there's a couple of procedural things here. First, I'd like to request. Yeah. First, I'd like to request that exhibit.
Shortly.
Certainly, and just to be clear, that those exhibits are numbered and labeled differently than the confidential ones, which are 1 through 9. It's AA through AI be admitted into the record.
Okay, we're going to hold that in abeyance. Thank you. The motion is taken, and we're going to rule.
I believe, so we can tell the difference between those. Secondarily, I'm not going to make any long kind of conclusory statement.
I'm going to hold you. I'm going to ask you to wait on your summation so that you make sure you're last. And if there's anything that we're going to hear from the
So
other
beforehand, I did want to make this statement then that we've spoken to I believe that there's an attorney for the tribe here in attendance today. And there is also a representative for the BLM in attendance, and we've spoken to both of them in regard to the letters that they filed, both of which request that the record be left open. What we have proposed and what has been accepted, and certainly if the board wants to hear from either of those folks, or if I mischaracterize what our agreement was, I would ask them to come forward and clarify that. But my understanding of the agreement is that we understand their concerns. We hope that our testimony today has answered some of those concerns, as it has for the division and the board in certain cases. But notwithstanding that, Crescent Point is committed to not only making this work and further developing its assets in Utah, but working with the tribe and the BLM and quite frankly believes that the tribe is more of a partner at this point than than just a working or a royalty owner. And because of that, we'd like to commit to doing to working with the tribe and the BLM beginning immediately after this hearing, the rest of this week and next week, and doing what's necessary in terms of conference calls, visits in person, drive in places so we can get together, alleviate any concerns they have, and then agree, the three of us stipulate to leave the record open until February 12th, at which time, either letters of support miraculously show up or something much worse. So I guess that's the best way to put it. But that we believe that between these three groups at least, we didn't have obviously the benefit of having the letter from the BIA until literally moments before the hearing started. I can't say that we've spoken to anybody from the BIA. Perhaps the folks from the tribe or the BLM could speak more to that. I don't know, that they're not representatives there, but we believe this gives an opportunity for us to answer questions, work with the tribe and the BLM, and also simultaneously provide them with a little bit of wiggle room in the event that they're not satisfied by that and want to file something with the board. I don't know, objecting or giving their further position, because as you look at the letters are really hold the phone, but there's not a whole lot of articulation of the legal basis or the reasons for the correlative rights. We want to give them the opportunity to do that if they still have concerns. So I think that this agreement reaches that concern. Mr. Alder has been advised of it as well, and didn't seem to have any objection, but obviously if that's changed, he can voice those. So, but that's where we're at. We'd be in favor of leave the record open until February 12th. The board would defer its decision of any of this until the record closes, at which point the board can then look at the record and decide based on whatever's been filed between now and then.
Okay.
The only thing I would add to that, and I would like to add to it, Mr. Chairman, that my understanding is that by February 12th, if there are objections to the amended request for agency action, that they will be provided to the board and the division in writing, so that we're not left in suspension as to whether or not what the nature of those objections are, so that the record would remain open with the proviso that they would file their written objections by the 12th or be barred from doing that later, subsequently.
Thank you. Anyone here from representing the Ute Tribe, allottees, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Bureau of Land Management, or otherwise, would you please come forward, identify yourself and who you represent, and add any comments to it? Because this is being televised, and because our system is based on a recorded testimony, we ask you to speak close to the mic because they don't always pick up if you're. You can move the mic to you, rather, just however you want.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kim Colton of Snell and Wilmer. We represent the Ute Indian Tribe. Mr. Kitchen has, in fact, stated correctly the agreement that we've reached this morning, and notwithstanding the tribe's letter of yesterday where we requested the hearing remain open till February 24th, we have agreed this morning that we will work toward that it should remain open, and as Mr. Alder indicated, we will file responses or protests by February 12th.
Please identify yourself.
Katie Booker from the Vernal Field office of the BLM. In matters such as this, with our trustee responsibility to the Ute tribe and the Indian allottees, Jerry Kinska is the authorized officer, and we called him, and he gave approval to this agreement to just stay the hearing until, or the decision until February 12th.
Anyone else want to come forward and identify themselves? Thank you. All right, I think that is all of matters. Okay, let's go to the motion to admit exhibits AA through AI. Division, any objections?
No objection, Mr. Chairman.
Board members? Okay. As to those exhibits, they are admitted. As to the confidential exhibits, does anyone feel like there is a need for the confidential exhibits to be admitted, or can they just be withdrawn or not asked to be admitted? What is the
From Crescent Point's position, obviously some of those exhibits were specifically aimed at providing information that has arisen, or questions, providing information responsive to questions that either the board brought up or the division brought up, either at the last hearings or in memoranda or something in between there. And so they do show, estimated ultimate recovery bubbles. There is some, there's a lot of well information that's already been deemed confidential in there. And there's a handful of exhibits in there that, on its face, when you look at it, you would say, wow, this shouldn't be a confidential exhibit. This is just a map. But keep in mind that the what goes into making that map is very costly. We've expended a lot of resources, and in some cases, making those public would provide the link between two other concepts for Crescent Point's competition that allows them to gain an advantage. And so that's why those are set forth in there. I think Crescent Point believes that when the questions are things like, are these draining more than 40 acres and things like that, and we have exhibits in there that specifically address that, questions that went to, hey, it'd be really helpful if we had a map showing what was state and what was fee and what was tribal. On balance, yes, that map is not in itself maybe confidential, but it cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to create that map and to just give it away so that people understand, because when we're making those representations that everything in purple is tribal, that's based on attorney title work figuring out what that is. And so that's the reason we've asked for that to be confidential. Now, along those lines, we would seek to have those admitted to, we'd seek to ask that the confidential exhibits be admitted to the record, subject to the board's, order for confidentiality and protection under Utah law. If there are, strong objections to some of those where the board believes, I don't care what you say, this does not deserve confidentiality, we'd be happy to explain further in camera why we believe it's confidential, and then the board could make a decision and say, we don't believe it is, and then it falls upon Crescent Point to decide whether to say, I would like it admitted to the record in a non-confidential status, and we'd show the world, or we would decide to then withdraw it. So I think that would be our position, is we would like them admitted to the record pursuant to the confidentiality order, subject to any objection to one or more of those exhibits by any board member or division member.
I think I misunderstood, or Mr. Kitchen did, your motion or your question, Mr. Chairman. Weren't you saying that you would not consider these exhibits necessary for the decision?
Mr. Chicken has put this forward, and so the preliminary question are there enough supporting exhibits for the board to make a final decision without the confidential documents? And so far, I think the answer to that is yes, unless anyone feels differently than that. The confidential documents were submitted, as I understand it, to answer board questions and board concerns. And if all of those exhibits were withdrawn, the case still has sufficient evidence and testimony for a final decision, even if that final decision's on hold and the case is open until February the 12th.
And certainly, if that's the position of the board and division, if you believe that that's the case and it makes it easier to withdraw, then we would withdraw. I just want to make sure that we don't withdraw something that somebody on the board or a division member looked at and said, this is why I'm going to vote yes.
And there is one exhibit in that category, and that is Exhibit 1, the lease exhibit, and I understood that because it doesn't have specific information, it just has the lease boundaries, that there was no objection on Crescent Point's part to changing that from confidential to a public exhibit. And if that's the case, I would like to have that.
Board members, if you all go to Exhibit 1 so that we're clear on that.
And just to clarify, that's true.
I agree that's an important one to
That's true.
evaluate.
We would seek to have then, I guess then the answer is, if that's the only one identified, and again, recognizing that we don't want there to be something missing from the record that would have caused somebody to vote in favor rather than vote against. So Exhibit 1, we would seek to have admitted outside of the confidentiality order as a public exhibit in the regular course.
And is that consistent with your?
Yeah.
Mr. Moon?
Also, we need to be looking at the economic viability of horizontal wells, because that's the reason for this request. And I understand, the recent data that you have is confidential.
Correct, but even prior to the hearing, it was confidential under the rules.
I'm not comfortable. I understand it well enough to. Well, I understand right now it's at current oil prices, not very much is economic, but we need to see it's $60, $70, $80. Have you shown that horizontal wells work in this area? And I don't know how I'm not saying make it public record, but is there a way that we could have some discussion about that?
What I was suggesting is we're here and available, and to the extent that you wanted to ask any of the Crescent Point folks to explain those exhibits to you that we've sought confidentiality for, we can certainly do that in camera.
Because normally we see, some estimates of how can you give us more comfort that that horizontal wells are
So-
viable?
Right, so I'm advised that if I could call Miss Matthews, apparently she can handle that all for you verbally and get it on the record. You just won't have a picture of it. Is that acceptable? Okay. Unless there's an objection, I'd like to
Yeah,
call
we're
Miss
just trying to-
Matthews back to discuss that particular issue regarding the economics of horizontal wells at our wonderful oil prices we're experiencing today in the industry.
So I'm not sure if you have the copy of exhibits from December.
Second, they're going to have them up on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought we had the economics and the.
There was some of that, but I just want to make sure.
And those economics were based on your current, how many, you have 5 or 6 wells that are.
Correct, yeah.
Right.
It's based on the one I can actually decline. The other ones are too new, so.
This is a previously admitted Exhibit V that was presented last month.
So Exhibit V, this is a 1-mile Douglas Creek lateral that we drilled in South Randelette. In late 2014, we fracked it in early 2015. This is just a decline plot, so it's rate versus time. And for this 1-mile lateral, I estimate a 325 MBBL EUR. So that's the ultimate what we believe it will recover. Then if we could flip to...
I think it was Exhibit Z was your.
And that's
From the summary,
Exhibit
correct.
Z is up.
Familiarize
It's
myself.
not in the requested spaced area, but it is next to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and it's adjacent to an area that is included. So, and maybe I'll just reiterate, we've drilled 6 horizontals to date. We've drilled 2 in the Douglas Creek, 1 in the Castle Peak, 1 in the Uteland Butte, and 1 in the Wasatch. Hopefully that came to 6. The economic summary on Exhibit Z just runs through an iteration of using that 325 MBBL type well, and then I just doubled it for a 2-mile type well. This is obviously at slightly higher commodity prices, but I did a $45 scenario and a $65 scenario. And then the capital, I also ratchet up just in case we're drilling in a deeper horizon with more stages. So it's basically just so you can see the sensitivity to capital. So I'm ranging that from 4 to 6 million. I would like to note that our drilling and completion guys have further scrubbed our economics. We can now drill 1-mile laterals for $3 million. So that would improve the economics significantly because these are so capitally sensitive. So just running through the economic assumptions, and obviously these exhibits were submitted in the summer, so some of the things have changed a little bit. But this assumed an August 1st, 2015 economic start date, 18.75% royalties, fee severance taxes, a 75-day cycle time. So from the day you spud to production, it'll be 75 days, so 2.5 months. Pricing escalates at 2% inflation year over year. So if year 1 is $45 oil, it'll be 45 times 1.02 for year 2. GORs, so gas oil ratio, escalates from 800 standard cubic feet to 3,000 standard cubic feet. That's due to pressure depletion and more gas coming out of solution. The NGL, or natural gas liquid ratio that we see in the field, is 60 barrels per million. And the wells usually experience a 50% surface loss. I'm also using an 82% differential. Note that that's improved. So in addition to the capital reductions we've seen of late, we've also seen diffs improving because the refiners want our barrels. It's getting more attractive to us. So, we're seeing deals edging on 90. So that's very exciting for us. And then I already mentioned, but the EUR uptick, I'm assuming a 2-to-1 ratio. So basically at the $45 case, at that $4 million capital scenario, you're seeing a 20 to 30% rate of return, which is outstanding. And then if I had another iteration with the new $3 million capital and lower diffs, you could be edging up to that 25 to 35 to 40% ROR. So pretty outstanding economics, and that's at $45.
So are you seeing similar EURs with all your initial wells over 300,000?
So I don't want to give too much information about that, but some of them are well over that. I can say that we have some that are 500 plus that we're very, very excited about, and some that are more like a 200. It's dependent upon the zone. Perhaps we didn't frack enough stages, use enough tonnage, hence why we need to be able to drill follow-up wells in the same section. So we're very excited. Our executive's very excited. That's why we want to start permitting more wells.
And you see similar geology kind of throughout this whole spacing request, potential for horizontal wells?
So the geology differs. There are some zones that are ubiquitous and present everywhere, such as the Uteland Butte, the Black Shale. Those zones are more like pancake geology. They're everywhere. Those more conventional sands that are maybe more like channel-based or that's more geology, but those are more sporadic. However, we just got our 3D seismic, so we're actively processing that and delineating these pools. So it's definitely not, what's in one section is in the section next door, but we're working on that. The geology team just mapped 21 entities, and there was a big meeting yesterday in-house, and we're really refining and honing in on the technical knowledge. So we're excited about that.
Just a personal comment. When we set up these pilot projects, we were hoping that you could get to the 40% ROI, which meant that Utah could begin to compete with other states for drilling dollars and capital. And we hope so. We're interested in monitoring that level, and we wish you very the best. So back to procedural end. What we will do is exhibits A through AI are admitted. We're going to remove the confidential label on Exhibit 1.
Yes.
And that will be admitted.
Label it differently, or is that okay to colleagues? I guess we just leave, it's already marked Exhibit 1.
This is marked as Exhibit 1. We note that Exhibits Y and Z were referred to, that had been previously admitted in the prior hearing, have been referred to today. And then the rest of your confidential exhibits will be withdrawn.
Correct.
And we want to note that the board will not consider those or weigh them in evidence in making our final decision.
Certainly.
And board members, what we would ask you to do is on those confidential exhibits, if you'll just put those in your green folder. And Julianne, if you will make sure you pick those up at the end and everyone has turned theirs back in. Then we're, I think, at the stage where we're back to you, Mr. Chicken, if you would
Certainly, and I'll
give us a summation.
And at 1:10, I will make it brief for the board. One thing I did want to address to Mr. Moon is keep in mind too that we've specifically also would include in the order here the obligation to come back within 1 year and provide this board with more information about what we've learned in that year pursuant to, the very things that you're talking about. Where are the oil prices at? Have we gotten better? That's one great thing about commodities downturns is all of a sudden people figure out how to drill a well a heck of a lot cheaper. That's better for everybody, the companies, the owners, all of the above. So that's number one. And then number two is that this order will have a express 5-year sunset on it. We get this for 5 years, and if we don't deliver, then you don't have to do anything. It just goes away, and we can't do anything else under it. So we would be back in front of the board in 5 years anyway, every year for updates, and then in 5 years we would be asking this board, hopefully, to extend that order or to remove the sunset from the order or whatever whatever procedurally works. So there are safeguards in that regard, and the intent here is to continually come back and provide more information to give the board, comfort in the idea that horizontal wells are economic, and we're not just out there drilling stuff to make a tiny bit of resource or something, and that this, we do want to fully develop this. In terms of my conclusion, I think everybody's is well aware. Crescent Point's application here is driven by a need to have a long-term development plan and to have flexibility in an area that is, just geologically wonky and doesn't really have a clear blueprint that fits from, section to section, let alone over the dozens and dozens of miles that are, the length or width of this area. And so we believe that in working with the division and amending the request and narrowing it down, we've addressed the bulk of those issues, and that we're continually in every case doing more and more to protect correlative rights and more to prevent waste, as close as we can get to the line, recognizing, as I said, the vagaries before of you can't control how much oil is underneath, Mr. Smith's land. But that being the case, the reason we're here once again is because, to put anybody at ease of in terms of our plans. Look, we all know that the commodity price is low, but people in this industry also know that everybody in the world buys what we make. And so it will come up again. It is a cyclical industry, and we want to drill more wells. We want to drill more types of wells. That is why we came to this board to ask for the ability to do that on a much larger scale. Along that way, it follows that when you have 70% of, or almost 70% of your lands that are federal or tribal in nature, that means we want to drill more federal and tribal wells. And in that respect, we're hampered solely by permitting issues, and NEPA and CERCLA and those type of issues, not by a desire to drill those wells. There's a lot of Indian country land out there that's going to be very productive and very beneficial for the state and for the tribe, and that's why we're here to drill those things. If we weren't interested in drilling those, we wouldn't. We wouldn't be here. We would just be limping along. We want to move into the next stage of large-scale exploration and development in the Randalet area, and that's why we believe that this is a request that the board and the division should get behind, as you have been, and we ask that it be granted.
Thank you very much. Board members, we're going to, I think if I sense everyone and to expedite this, we can leave and discuss this for a bit, but since we're leaving the record open until February 12th, it would be helpful to me if we had a proposed order that we could have in front of us so that we could compare that against anything that was coming in. Any objections to maybe going down that road? And then if something comes in, we know exactly where it would apply and what it would look like, rather than having, waiting till the 12th and then instructing Mr. Chicken to prepare that then. So it's not the decision of the board, but it gives you what it would look like and in front of you when that happens. So, or would you like to go in and discuss it for a while and then come back and have the parties just wait till we're through discussing it? I don't, Mike, help me here, but the question is, do we need,
I think either way, if you want
in
to,
essence, a straw vote now and a final vote on February the 12th, or can we just?
I thought you were just referring to having a proposed order that the petitioner would propose, barring any objections coming in.
And then we would
submitted.
make the final decision.
But you're holding off on any decision until after the.
And the idea is that if we announce a straw poll decision, it may have an influence on other people that think, well, it's already.
Correct, and I don't
I don't
believe,
want to prejudice anybody.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that's in the spirit of the agreement. I think the understanding was that we're going to try and get everybody on the same page, and we believe we can do that between today and the 12th, and that would be fine. I'm happy to prepare a proposed order and submit that between now and the 12th. The only concern I have there is that there may be some discussions between now and then that would, so whatever I would submit to you by Monday or Tuesday of next week, then we have a meeting with the tribe on Wednesday or Thursday, and all of a sudden, paragraphs 6, 12, 18, and 24 are going to be changed a little bit, and now the board is basing their decisions on something else. So I don't know where we go there, but I think reserving the decision of any kind until the 12th is probably, it's your prerogative, but.
The proposed order on the 12th would be fine, no sooner than the 12th. To give, yeah, we know, but we just so we have at the same time.
Absolutely.
All of us in front of us to make an informed decision.
And I think that that's proper on the 12th, because that's when the record closes, and that's when you know the full set of things before you to make your decision. So we Crescent Point would agree to that, subject to any comment by the division or the tribe or the BLM.
And we may turn it down, but at least we have what we're going to decide on in front of us.
Understood.
Is that okay, board members? Yes. With that, then, this matter will stay. The record will stay open till February the 12th or such other time as the board shall determine. But right now it's February 12th. I may not have said February 12th. And at that time, we hope to get a proposed order on the 12th.
Correct. Along with any filings of the tribe or the BLM.
Filings that anyone else wants to give. And that's where we are. So the matter is continued until such time as we have a decision. I think that's procedurally the way to handle that. Everybody comfortable with that?
We're fine with that.
Then with that, a motion to adjourn is in order. Motion is to adjourn. No additional business is before us. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.